Hi everyone. My name is Mike. This is my YouTube page, Mox News. Thanks so much for tuning in. I would like to respond very quickly to Mr. Freeman, who is saying that Ms. Piggy is the sexiest, world's sexiest ham sandwich. I feel like somehow I'm wronging Miss Piggy by comparing her to Liz Cheney. I mean, Liz Cheney is one of the most horrible pieces of shit that ever walked the face of the planet, right? So Piggy deserves a lot better than that. So, and really, pigs around the world deserve better than to be, compared to Liz Cheney, because Liz Cheney is just a horrible piece of shit. And pigs are generally really sweet creatures, right? That's why people love them, make them as pets. So, I apologize to pigs everywhere. You deserve better than to be compared to Liz Cheney. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. I told you recently that we would be doing a bong hit in the first 10 minutes of the show, so that so that those of you who do tune in, when the show starts, shall be rewarded with a bong hit. Okay, so I have let's see. It was something else I wanted to say about oh right. I apologize for being a couple minutes late tonight, and the reason that I was late, which is very strange, is that the YouTube wanted me to verify that it was me, the user of Mox News. And if it wasn't for Craig's amazing fucking note keeping, I probably wouldn't be here right at the moment talking to you in this moment, because I would have no fucking clue as to where to find passwords. I am just not good at that, people. Hello?
Hey, Max.
Hey.
Are you happy?
Happy,
Why
happy,
did
happy. That's what they
yeah,
call me. Happy, happy, happy.
why let neocon
Why, what
on
now?
Congress? Why
Huh?
does neocon on Congress?
Look at Liz Cheney is neocon, schmeocon. I could give a fuck what kind of con. All the people in Congress are cons. Okay, Liz Cheney is among the most horrible there is. She has voted for war every single chance she got, and then she profited off of those wars. In other words, she voted to kill little children so that she could make money. That's who Liz
Of
Cheney
course.
is, in a
Well,
nutshell.
I mean, I don't think she makes money personally. I think her daddy makes money, and she benefited from daddy's money.
Yeah, same
You know,
difference. They're the same fucking thing. There's no difference between Liz
yeah.
Cheney and Dick
Uh,
Cheney.
and most likely, when daddy is gone, she's gonna inherit daddy's money. So, yeah, I don't feel bad for her. Too busy.
I feel bad for her. She belongs in fucking prison. I hope nobody on the face of the planet feels bad for her for 1 second, especially once she's behind bars for the rest of her life, for the sole purpose of making the world a safer place for little children.
Anyway, Max, I'm happy. One less neocon. But the problem is, like, you know what happened when you call the rat? Eventually, the rat is gonna jump out, it's gonna attack you. Though I think that's what's gonna happen, though. Like, she lost everything, so she now has nothing to lose. So my prediction is she's gonna double down with the whole January 16th. And once the new Congress starts, I believe, when do they start? In January or
Well,
February?
well, January. I think
Because
it might be a little earlier, but January, generally speaking.
yeah, generally speaking, though.
Yeah.
So she's like a little rat corner. So she's gonna jump and she's gonna go. It's gonna double the people down eventually because she has nothing to lose anymore. She's done. So like, what the fuck? Like, fuck it. I'll keep doing it, double the people that I was doing it, and I feel like she's gonna create more damage that the damage that is already done.
Yeah. Well, I think that Liz Cheney will go to work for CNN fairly quickly, and most likely write some kind of book about what a giant criminal, Donald Trump was, and how that she was trying to save the Republican Party, And
I don't know, Mark.
she'll probably throw some scene in there with a woman having sex with a horse, just like the book her mother wrote, where a woman in her book is having sex with a horse. Now, for me,
What?
I'm a
Wait,
completely non-judgmental. I'm completely non-judgmental when it comes to people's sexuality. I think they should enjoy whatever it is they enjoy. The problem
wait,
is the people like Liz Cheney and her mother and her father are extremely judgmental about people, and here she is writing about bestiality. What the fuck?
hold on. No, wait. Can you explain that to me? That is news for me.
Let's see. Cheney book. Let's see. Cheney book. Horse sex.
Okay. What? Can you explain to me the horse?
What about the horse?
I've never heard that before.
What about
Yeah,
women having sex with horses?
yeah. How is that? Can you give me a background in that one though?
It's all over. It's all over mythology, dude. This isn't something new. People have been having sex with animals for thousands of years.
Yeah, but what is this related to her?
Liz Cheney, mother, what the fuck is her name? Wrote a book in which one of the characters has sex with a horse.
Oh, okay. So she wrote a fiction,
A book, yeah, she
and the
wrote a
fiction
book.
does not happen.
Yeah, is
Okay,
a
that makes
fiction.
sense. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, no, I was just wondering. Because I
And,
was
and
thinking
again,
like,
it
what the
doesn't
hell
bother me. It doesn't bother me who you're having sex with. I could care less. The point being, these are some of the most judgmental fucks on the planet, and here they are, writing about taboo issues that no one's supposed to talk about.
Speaking of taboo marks, I saw your video.
Yeah, you like that one?
Yeah, but the monkeypox on the dog. What was that? Wow. I was like, are these people real? Like, they actually pass monkeypox to a dog? Yeah.
Eh? People do what people
maybe
do,
you're
man.
right. We shouldn't be judgmental, though, but when it comes to a medical emergency like monkeypox or like the COVID-19, I think we should at least train these people into change their behavior while the emergency is still on, though. But come on, that dog.
Yeah, well, I feel bad for the dog. You basically you want to protect, those you love. So don't be having sex with your dogs when you have monkeypox. Save that for when you're healthy.
I agree, Max. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just, this is so fucking comical, man. And I feel guilty for laughing at this quite festival. And I feel bad for the dog, not for the two people doing that, because I'm sorry though, that's morally so fucking wrong.
No, it's not.
But yeah.
Stop judging people. More fuck you, fuck your morals. If I give transmitted monkeypox to our dog, wow. To each their own, Manny. To each their own, man. It's their own, though, but that is. Come on, man. Don't you find that funny as well? Find what funny? The dog situation. I find humor in everything, Manny. You've seen me talk about nuclear devastation. I find humor in everything. And that's the video that I put up last night about the dog monkeypox was fucking hilarious. And it blows my mind that nobody fucking watched it. Except for Manny. Yeah, no, and they actually found like an actual journal, medical journal, and I actually went to the journal because I said this has to be fake news,
And he's not. I mean, it's in a freaking medical journal, the Lancet.
You know,
Like one of the biggest journals, science journals out there.
you know,
I'm like, I cannot believe this is fucking real, man.
I don't understand, Manny. It's not something new. If you look at cave paintings, which are, 25, 30,000 years old, you will see cave paintings of, people having sex with animals. It's not something new.
I, I don't know, Mark.
I know you don't. You're just like, I don't. That's your main fucking response, Manny. You're like, I don't know.
Because this is so out of whack, out of the norm for me, though. Like, just to think about it kind of causes repulsion. Just thinking about it, though.
It doesn't. You sit there laughing your ass off, dude.
I don't know, Mark. Like, this really looks bad on the outside community. It really looks bad. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But, I mean, somebody has to tell these people to freaking calm themselves down. Just slow down. Don't do anything for 2 weeks.
Okay.
But anyways, I'll say hi, Mark.
Yeah, man, it's always good to hear from you.
Guess where I am right now?
Los Angeles?
No.
Anaheim?
No.
It says Anaheim on the caller ID.
Well, because this is actually my actual cell phone number.
Yeah. Where are you, man? Just tell us where the fuck you are. We got a bong hit to do, man.
I'm in Tacoma, wait.
Oh, well, yuck. Good, I'm glad. I hope you're enjoying it. It's cool there. It's cooler than the Eastern Washington, right?
No, it's actually hot as well. It's like 80 degrees, 87 degrees or something.
Yeah, it's not 110 degrees, dude.
Oh, well, I think it was 100 degrees earlier over here. But it's Tacoma, man.
Yeah, that's what I said.
To a bridge that goes to one of the island in the Puget Sound. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
There's a bridge.
Man, I gotta take a bong hit, dude. I gotta take a bong hit. It's really good to hear from you always, so I look forward to talking to you soon, okay?
Alright, man, take it easy.
Okay. Alright, so I gotta take a bong hit. I haven't had a bong hit today. I'm ready for a bong hit. Does the sound okay? I'm using a different microphone because the first one didn't want to work, and I plugged in a different one and it seems to be kind of hot, so I turned it way down. So I don't really know what the sound is like, so if you guys think the sound is okay or it needs to be adjusted, please let me know. Now, Manny was talking about the look at this headline. See that? Can you see that? It says Cheney is getting crushed. I wish she was crushed by a fucking trash compactor. Actually, I wish she was in prison. She belongs in fucking prison. That's all there is to it. That's the facts, Jack. Now, I'm going to play the monkeypox vaccine. I'm going to play the dog catches monkeypox video while I heat up the bong. In case you didn't see it last night, I thought it was pretty fucking funny. But it's also very informative. But I will be back to smoke this bong hit. I'm going to heat up the bong and we're going to smoke the bong hit. Then we'll do whatever it is we're going to do next. Hopefully take a phone caller. So I hope you enjoy this video because I know that I enjoyed making it.
Health officials say they've discovered the first suspected case of human-to-pet monkeypox transmission. Scientists say a couple in France contracted monkeypox, and 12 days later, their dog developed lesions and tested positive for the virus. Monkeypox is transmitted through close contact. The couple reported sleeping alongside their dog. The CDC now recommending people with monkeypox avoid close contact with animals.
I, too, banged a dog up the ass.
That episode of Space Ghost is one of the funniest fucking things I have ever seen in my life. It includes a interview with Triumph the Poop Dog. I don't know what else. Insult Comic, that's how he goes by. Let me do this bong hit and then we'll go from there. Ready? Here we go. You ready? Ooh, here we go. right, where were we? Ah, yes. I too once. Oh, wait a minute.
She's a bitch, right? 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 She's a bitch, right?
She is a bitch.
She's a bitch.
She is
right?
such a bitch.
She's a bitch, right?
All right. Ah, that was good. I needed that. Now, let's see. Where are we? Liz Cheney, awaiting the results. Is she doing a concession speech here?
For office, to accept honorably the outcome of elections. And
to accept honorably the outcome of elections, because I'm a fair competitor, not like Donald Trump, who tries to skew the election, unlike her father and George W. Bush, who in the election of 2000 had a discrepancy about who won Florida between Al Gore and George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, her father, being the vice presidential candidate at the time of George W. Bush. And then when they couldn't decide who won the election in Florida, the governor of that state, who just happened to be George Bush's brother, steps in and declares George Bush the winner. Jeb Bush. And that's who Liz Cheney's father is. And then, of course, they went on to lie us into the war in Iraq. Well, first, of course, her amazingly strong, fucking, intelligently, prepared for strategic combat, Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney's father, let's see, before all the other bullshit, he, allowed the worst terrorist attack in the history of this country to happen on U.S. soil. That's who Dick Cheney is. And then he used that event to lie us into war in Iraq, based on lies that were fabricated directly out of the White House, moved to the Pentagon, and spread about through the government propaganda media or mainstream media. So this is who Dick Cheney is. He lied. They fabricated the lies. They murdered 1 million innocent Iraqis, the vast majority of them being women and children, for the sole purpose of making himself richer than you can possibly imagine. That's who Dick Cheney is. He murders little children for money. This is why Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, every sitting member of Congress, every single one of them, since the year 2001, every single one must go to prison for the rest of their lives. They must. We must make examples of them. No parole. You spend the rest of your days sweating it out in some fucking hellhole like fucking Devil's Island. Because that's what you see, or Guantanamo. Hello, caller.
Hey, whatever happened to Valerie Plame? She was running for governor of Arizona. Did she win?
I didn't know Valerie Plame was running for governor.
Yeah, 2 years ago. But I haven't heard shit from her, so she must not have won.
Yeah, no, I don't think I didn't know that was happening. So I can't comment on that.
Well, it's just, she popped into my head with all your talk about Cheney and Scooter Libby and all that bullshit, so fuck those guys. But I'm wondering, if she would have won, what kind of a stand-up person would she have been? I think she would have just been a right-wing AOC. I think she would have been full of shit, despite the fact that she got hammered by the CIA and the Justice Department and Scooter Libby and the President's office and Dick Cheney and Dick Cheney's uncle. I think despite all that shit that happened to her, outing a field agent, she was a field fucking agent.
She was an undercover highly classified field agent in Iran.
During wartime.
You know how hard it is to get a CIA agent in Iran working in this industry undercover? Are you fucking kidding me? And Dick Cheney outed her because he didn't like something that her husband said. This is who these people are. Okay, it doesn't get any worse than Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. They are the scum of this planet.
Well, thank God George Bush got punished and Dick Cheney got punished and all the people that commit sins against the United States of America get punished. Because if these bad apples, you know, the government is filled with excellent people, and just a couple of bad apples, they could spoil the whole fucking thing, Mike. Thank God they all get punished the way they should. Oh, that's right. They don't get punished, do they? They fucking get away with it every single time. So, yeah, I'm just wondering what kind of public official she would have been, you know. If she would have, like, you watch, you're on top of the national political bullshit way more than I am. And to me, it's just this fucking obscene clown show that I can barely keep my food in my belly if I watch it.
Yeah.
But if she would have won 2 years ago, whenever she was fucking running, because you never saw the commercials. Hi, I'm Valerie Plame. I'm a CIA agent. She's got a drone in the sky.
Yeah, no, I don't remember her running for governor of Arizona. I don't remember that.
Yeah, she had a well-produced commercial for her candidacy. And I thought, oh, for sure she's going to fucking win. But then I heard nothing from her, so she must have lost. So, you know, it was Scooter Libby. He was just a fall guy. And you probably saw that movie with about her with Sean Penn and the hot chick. But, yeah, I mean, that's run-of-the-mill stuff. It's still going on. The raid on Mar-a-Lago is right up that alley of those type of offenses. It's not as bad as outing CIA agent with...
No, this is much worse than outing a CIA agent. Because outing a CIA agent is horrible, and the people that would do it as undercover as Valerie Plame was hate our country. So number two, the FBI has never been like this. So this is worse. They've outed lots of CIA agents, and most of the time it was most likely politically motivated. But this thing with the president, this has never happened. This is what a police state looks like. This is what a banana republic looks like. They go in and they raid the president's home after he's out of office. This is something that's never happened before. Outing a CIA officer is horrific. This is worse. This is what a police state looks like.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I mean, they went through Melania's underwear drawer and everything, you know. So, and they waited for him to be gone, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just like, but...
And they seized his passports like he's a run-of-the-mill fucking criminal, dude. This is way beyond the pale, you know. This is as blatantly corrupt as the government can possibly get. So and it shows. I can't believe they're this afraid of Donald Trump. I mean, the man's a boob who surrounds himself with people that are stupider than him, if that's even possible, you know. And it's just, and they're terrified of this guy. By his fucking twit. It's unbelievable. That's how bad their shit stinks, right? This one guy who's pretty much incompetent, got them all fucking trembling.
Yeah, it's crazy. It makes you wonder what's next. You know, they have demonized this you know, a golden spoon in his mouth, rich kid from New York, so much, and I admit he's anybody with any eyes would admit that Donald Trump is a buffoon at
He's a scummy fucking twat is what he is. But all these other people, you know, he pales in comparison to these professional class politicians, for sure.
Yes. We can both agree on that. You're 100% correct. His corruption can't even compare with
Right.
Bush, Cheney, Pelosi,
Right.
Biden.
Exactly.
Even, what's his name, Al Gore. Even Al Gore is 1,000 times more corrupt than fucking Donald Trump. So it makes you wonder what's next, you know. So I don't know, man. It's like, I kind of feel like there's not a lot of big stories happening right now. That is the big story, and everybody goes on and on about it. And I see the left-wing woke liberal media just kind of giving it the pass, like, oh, they're making a big deal out of nothing, and Donald Trump is trying to make a big deal out of nothing, and you know, he could have had nuclear papers, and then they give you all the excuses, and so the media divide is still there. The woke media, you know, including the Young Turks and CNN, they give the FBI a pass, like, oh, it's no big deal, he deserved it, blah blah blah. And then the right-wing media is going off like, this is the beginning of the second revolution.
I hope so much. Oh my God. I keep hearing this, oh, the threat level against the FBI has increased exponentially, and I'm like, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? You know, I mean, it's, oh, we're gonna go, yay, FBI, yeah, Jesus Christ, man, and it's gonna get a lot worse. Okay, so this whole, you know, I'm hearing some fucked up shit. So, you know, I mean, just stay calm, and we'll see. You know, we'll see the other side. We will. But this shit's gonna get ugly here, and the main thing is just to stay calm. It's gonna get real fucking ugly. And don't choose sides. I mean, choose the side of freedom. Choose the side of the people. Do not choose the side of the police state. Do not choose the side of brainwashing propaganda. Recognize it. Recognize it's a mouthpiece for the government, and understand the evil that they are.
Well, to go way back in history, I'm sure you remember Eisenhower's farewell speech when he talked about the disastrous rise of the military-industrial complex. That speech that he gave was about a minimum of 2 or 3 decades too late. It's too fucking late. By the time Eisenhower said those words, it's like, dude, America was already overtaken. A couple years later, they blew off the president's head on film in broad daylight and with the magic bullet. And the same people responsible for that are responsible for all the wars and all the economic corruption, and the Congress just goes along with it, and the lobbyists and the military lobbyists, and now the pharmaceutical lobbyists, and don't get me started on Zionism or any of the AIPAC or anything like that. And it's like, and we're supposed to fix this giant juggernaut of a killer fucking empire that, you know, it's running on 3 wheels downhill towards humanity, and we're going to vote this beautiful guy in wherever he is, and he's going to fix everything. It's like, God, it was too late before Kennedy got his head blown off, and then 9/11, and then the wars, and the bailouts, Occupy Wall Street, and now the corruption is so mainstream, it's the news people give it a pass. So it's like, wow. And we the
If the
people
news
need to
people don't give it a pass, they lose their jobs.
Right. Well, fuck them.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what it's all about. It's like we got to be willing to lose our jobs or our YouTube channels or whatever in order to put the brakes on this three-wheeled, out-of-control juggernaut called America, which is hanging on to its empire, you know, with bloody fingernails, and Russia and China and the other economic powers are lining up, Iran, and you know, somehow I think it's going to be all right, but I can't see how it's going to be all right. It's got to get more bloody and more vicious and more unjust before it starts to turn around. We're going to have to see Occupy Wall Street on steroids with truckers and farmers and everybody just shutting everything down. Put up your fucking fences around Congress. Go ahead. We'll run right through them with tractors and shit. It's like, what the fuck? But I'm okay. I smoked a lot of dope today. I was in the hot sun all day. I feel pretty good. I know hope is that last demon in Pandora's box. I don't know. Maybe I feel good because I don't have any hope, except it maybe in myself and a couple other people. But I haven't given up.
Hope is all about the future, okay? And the future is basically a pipe dream. So what you have to experience is now, and this is the reason that hope is so kind of you know, it leaves a bad taste in some people's mouths. They call it hopium, you know, because if there, simply put, if there was no hope, we would know what to do right away. Because right now we'll go, oh, well, maybe the government will get better if we just vote the right people in. There's zero hope of that. And if everybody stopped hoping that and just went, there's, you know, then we'd know what to do. But still, we act like there's some kind of voter, you know, voters that, you know, like voter base in this country that are interested in keeping the government working just the way it is. I'll vote for these guys and I'll vote for these guys, and it'll just go back and forth and back and forth and be the same thing forever. You know, this is, yeah, go ahead.
There's got to be a tipping point, and that tipping point, it involves free media, the freedom of the press, freedom of information, and this is why they crack down on all this pharmaceutical information. It used to be way more military information. People used to have to smuggle documents out of the Rand Corporation in their pants in order to get fucking military information. The last 3 wars, to report on the war without getting killed, you had to be an embedded reporter. That's pretty much, you know, you the party line. You got to print the party line if you're an embedded reporter.
Yeah, they seem to kill a lot of reporters in the last couple wars, for sure.
Yeah, and so the hope of the common man really rests on freedom of speech and the freedom of the press, and so that's why they're coming after freedom of the press and freedom of speech so much. So, you know, in a way, well, not in a way.
Just freedom in general. It's not just freedom of speech. It's, you know, Second Amendment. It's, you know, just freedom. They don't. If you support Donald Trump right now, you're a terrorist threat. That's how much they hate freedom. So, but it's been that way for some time.
Yeah, well, on the to reach the tipping point, we need to wake up more people, and we won't be able to wake up more people very much to any real degree unless we can get our media back. And you know, I hate to mention the guy's name. He's like a ghost that disappeared into history. His name is Julian Assange, and he should have been he should have been fucking acquitted and out of prison 10 years ago, and everybody forgot about him, and what a hero that guy is. He didn't do anything wrong, not even one false story, not one fake fact, nothing inaccurate. So Yeah, man, I wish I was some kind of a journalist. I would just keep talking and talking and talking, and I'd get hammered. I would get fucking hammered by the powers that be. But I'm just a little guy in California, and I get to talk to you after work, man. So what else is going on besides Liz Cheney is going to lose? I don't even know who her fucking competition is, but...
Do you see the thumbnail for this show?
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, the picture you mean? No, I didn't see the picture.
Yeah. It's Ms. Cheney, Ms. Piggy, dressed like Liz Cheney. And it says Liz Cheney plans on going back to the Muppets, but she has the hair Miss Piggy has on is exactly the same hair that Liz Cheney wears. It's like really, you look at her and you instantly think Liz Cheney. Of course, Liz Cheney, and Piggy have a very similar resemblance. So,
Well, if you look at
sorry, Piggy.
Dick Cheney, if you look at Dick Cheney and his career and the corruption and the warmongering and the neocon life of destruction that he lived, and then his heir, this cool chick, Liz Cheney, she steps into his shoes, take advantage of his name. I have an opinion, and I'm going to lead you guys. And then you look at Ron Paul. He has a son, Rand Paul. Rand Paul, as far as I can tell, did not sell out the way Liz Cheney sold out. It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder how these people can live with themselves. Maybe their vision of America, their vision of reality, and their vision of manifest destiny is, with the Cheneys and the Bushes, is so much different than ours. It's like this. I've heard this. Abby Martin used to talk about this. The people in the Beltway in Washington are way different than everybody else because politics is like in their blood, and they're not connected to the people in Ohio or the people, the farmer in Wisconsin or the farmers in Texas or California or Nebraska. It's like they're so disconnected from actual reality and actual life that I guess they are elite wannabes. They might not all be billionaires, but they're wannabes. They're playing that game where money is God and America is king. We serve God and money is king. So that's what all the politicians in Washington. It's like these people just want to step into their shoes of their uncle or their father or even their grandfather sometimes, and run for office, and they got it made, and fuck them. They don't really care about America. They just care about themselves.
Yeah.
And so this is it's not the America that I suppose I'm really naive, but it's not the America I want or that I thought that I was growing up in.
It's not the America we were told when we were growing up that it's supposed to be. It's not. It never has been.
It never has been.
Yeah. So whatever it is that's going on, it's like you said, the future, whatever. But it'd be really nice to see somebody start to step up, and I can't put it all on the people that are coming behind us, because we didn't step up. But it would be really nice to see somebody fucking stepping up, because we don't have a lot. I was talking about this earlier with someone. There's no drinking water. Oh my God! Do you not see these stories about all the water going away? It's just like, oh, but we got to keep fracking forever. We are in so much trouble. It's like somehow maybe people don't realize the importance of drinking water.
Yeah.
Drink Brondo. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm out here in the desert. Technically, it's not the desert, but it is the desert. It's Southern California. We steal our water from Northern California and other states, and you know, and supposedly the rain is like poison now. Don't take a bath out in the rain. You'll shrivel up. All your skin will fall off. And the flying monkeypox and the killer hornets and the fucking nuclear manatees, they're all going
Hey,
to get us.
leave the manatees out of it. They're just trying to fucking live their lives, man.
I did not have sex with that monkey, Mike.
What about the manatee?
They must be pretty cool to see. I think they're probably bigger than a human. They probably weigh about 300 pounds, yeah, or maybe more.
Somebody told me a couple days ago that they're like the largest, a certain type of mammal. They're the largest certain type of mammal. They're pretty big.
You don't have them up there. They're in Florida, right?
Yeah, no, they're just in Florida, from what I understand.
Yeah.
I don't think they're anywhere else in the world.
Wow, yeah. So, you know, I don't know how to fix it, but...
That's the problem. It's not up to you to fix. It's up to these people who have all the money. Okay? There's like a very few people, and they have all the money. And meanwhile, we're giving $200 billion, $300 billion to fucking Ukraine. I bet you $50 billion would go a fuck of a long way to saving the manatees. In fact, we actually might have hope at that point.
Yeah, yeah.
But Ukraine is so much more important to the manatees. Oh, that's got to be my next topic for my next show. Which is more important to you? Saving the Ukraine or saving the manatees?
You know you're living in the twilight zone when Zelensky and his wife go on the cover of Vogue magazine and with their photo shoot. It's like, oh my God, what is next? You know, it's like Osama bin Laden's nephew is gonna be on the cover of Vogue. You know. And
I'll tell you what's next. A bong hit is next. That's what's next.
Well, I beat you to it, man. I took a hit while you were talking. So you take care, and I'll talk to you later.
All right. Well, thanks for your input. It's always good to hear from you, more or less.
Yeah, take care, Mike.
Bye.
More or less, sir.
I just put a giant dab on this dab stick, and now I have to take the giant dab. Take the giant dab. What shall we use to fill the empty spaces where we used to talk? I think it's become fairly obvious that Liz Cheney is on her way out the door, and I hope that the door smacks her in the fucking head real fucking hard on her way out. But I digress. I think it's pretty obvious that Liz Cheney is, not going to win in Wyoming. Now, the question is, will Liz Cheney run for president? Will she? Of course not. Okay, number one, she can't stand up to any kind of scrutiny. And number two, she's going to have a lovely little cushy job at CNN. You watch. And I despise that. It's like, you know how they have these like laws against politicians becoming lobbyists for a certain amount of time after they leave their political positions. They have laws where you can only be, you have to wait so many years before you can become a lobbyist to Congress, right? So, but these fuckwads just go out and they get jobs on the fucking television stations and the news channels immediately, right? And it seems to me that's the same as a lobbyist position. You're out there, you're this political figure, you're spouting your fucking opinions about this and that and steering people, not just steering people into, this evil, twisted fucking way that you see the world, but also pushing members of Congress. Oh, well, see, this is the voice that we're hearing, and it's coming in from this person that we know their career, and blah, 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 blah. So I think I think it should be illegal, or they should have to wait a certain amount of years after they leave Congress before they go to work for Fox News, before they go to work for MSNBC, before they go to work at any major news outlet. Because they still have all their contacts. And it's not just that, it's like, you know, there's just something really slimy about it. It's like, you know, you have to ask yourself, right? If they leave Congress and they didn't immediately go to work for Fox News, for CNN, for MSNBC, if they didn't immediately go to work for them, would 5 years later CNN, Fox News, MSNBC be interested in this politician working at their channel, right? Because, and this is the reason that you have these laws against it, because they're not hiring this person because, you know, she's like this authoritative voice who understands. It's not that. They're hiring them for their connections. They're hiring them for something more than their clout. Simply obviously put by the fact that if they didn't hire them immediately out of Congress 5 years down the road, like they have these laws where you can't lobby for 5 years, right? Have this law where you can't go to work for a television station for 5 years. No one would want them after that. And that shows you what kind of a resource it is. Although I think that probably applies to a great many of the people that are on the mainstream media in front of the camera list, right? I think that list, people get dumped off that list on a regular basis, because the last time I saw Ron Paul on TV was quite some time ago. And I'm sure that he would have a thing or two to say about election integrity. All right, I'm going to play a video. I'm going to go make a cup of tea. I'm out of fucking tea. I need tea, people. How do you expect me to function without tea? So I'm going to play this video about... now, in this video, they talk about the FBI, the corruption at the FBI, the threats against the FBI. One of the things that I heard them talk about, which is something I'm certain you won't hear brought up on other news channels, in case you're wondering why I listen to this fucking propaganda bullshit, is that the FBI, you know, created the plot against Governor Whitmore in order, you know, from start to finish, in order to, you know, distract from an election. But I think, you know, I think that's not the important part. What the reason behind it was, it doesn't matter what the reason was. What matters is that the FBI fucking plotted and planned a group of people to kidnap the sitting governor of Michigan, the FBI, and they trained them, and they housed them, and they bought them food and beer, and they fucking, you know, showed them everything they needed to go and kidnap the governor of Michigan. Bunch of fucking mental midgets. And then they arrested him. And they look like the heroes. Oh, look, the FBI foiled a kidnapping plot against the governor of Michigan. This is our government. This is our police state. This is what a police state looks like. And you're going to hear me say that a hell of a lot more in coming days, in case anybody's wondering. I'm going to play this video for you about the FBI and the corruption there, and I'm going to go make a cup of tea, and I'll come back and we'll have a lovely puff, lovely bong hit, hopefully all together now, all together now.
Here are the unavoidable problems with the FBI. They propagated the Russia collusion hoax to hurt Trump. Remember that? They manufactured the Governor Whitmer kidnapping case and blamed it on Trump before the election. They helped Joe Biden's presidential campaign by burying Hunter Biden's illegal activities. They targeted any parents who disagreed with their policies about their own children's health. Some breaking news, folks. What is this? What are they trying to hide? We're hearing just moments ago that the Department of Justice, the DOJ, is asking the judge to keep the Trump affidavit sealed, a move that would likely put an end to the litany of questions we have about the raid of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, and we will get into that with Judge Andrew Napolitano shortly. In the meantime, suddenly, folks, suddenly the mainstream media has a serious regard for the word classified. Suddenly the word classified means something. Well, I've got a message for the mainstream media. Stop saying classified like you understand anything, as if you understand that the word means something suddenly. I understand desperate thinking. I know you want it to seem like perhaps something illegal happened, something that could stop Donald Trump from what? I don't know, running in 2024. But classified didn't seem to matter when shady Hillary Clinton broke the law, violated her job, and committed treason as Secretary of State. Now, did it? Why was it okay then? Why were there no issues with it then? Because, folks, the mainstream media and the left are so clouded with delusion, their downright hatred for Donald Trump, for the MAGA movement, and clearly for democracy have turned them into criminals. They're so insistent that the downright illegal raid of Mar-a-Lago was not only just and necessary, you have to wonder from the outside whether their hatred has blinded the Democrats to all things just and true. You know, facts. Lying and rebranding have been a long time a cornerstone of the left. Fear-mongering and pushing us into submission, also the tried and true of the party of blue. But using the FBI, if the McCarthy-style witch hunt hearings in primetime weren't enough, this is a watershed moment in our country. What happened last week was one of the most dangerous moments in our constitutional democracy, maybe ever. And the more we learn a possible corrupt judge, the FBI agents linked to Russia collusion story, the more we watch as the left and their propaganda outlets celebrate, the more I'm confident that they went many steps too far. And that story, its details will unfold in the coming weeks. Federal agencies doing the political bidding of the ruling political party right before a monumental midterm election. Coincidence? This is the kind of thing that happens in renegade third world countries with no rules, with no real laws. Oh, but the left are sitting there pretending to revel in supposed crime fighting. Crime fighting. So suddenly the left likes crime fighting? For over a year now, the left have also reveled in the crime in our streets, in letting invaders, drug cartels, criminals into our country. But now, suddenly, this is being celebrated by the party of blue? No one is above the law, they say. Cheap suit Garland, Knuckles Pelosi. So why is every single criminal in our country, in our cities, above the law? Oh, and if you're against the banana republic methods of this FBI, this leftist government, and the new McCarthy-style normal, well, then maybe you're the problem. Be careful, or the FBI will come after you if you disagree with what the FBI is doing, even though it's total and utter corruption of our democracy. Democrats have put another deep notch into the erosion of Americans' trust in Washington. They've already seen the nasty swamp in action, a lot of it uncovered by Donald Trump and his MAGA acolytes. But what the Democrats have unleashed is far more dangerous to their party and their standing than they can even imagine. When the Republicans take back Congress and then eventually the White House in 2024, there will no doubt be, and no doubt should be, committees looking into what actually happened last Monday. But right now, the leftist media is doing their damage control, trying to save any tiny sliver of credibility. But this is truly astounding, folks. To do so, MSNBC brought former disgraced FBI official. Remember this guy? Peter Strzok, of all people. Watch.
Should this be any reason for Americans not trust that what the FBI and the DOJ are doing now is in pursuit of protecting classified documents?
Well, Joe, absolutely the American public should trust what the FBI is doing. So it's not that the FBI is targeting any one side or the other. What you see is the FBI going out on a day in, day out basis, objectively investigating allegations of law.
Okay. Peter Strzok. Yes, that Peter Strzok. MSNBC isn't even hiding it anymore, Joe. Scarborough bringing Peter Strzok on, who tried to take down Donald Trump back in 2016. FBI embarrassment, Peter Strzok, and fellow embarrassment, Lisa Page, also FBI. Lisa Page, who texted on August 8th, 2016, about Donald Trump not ever going to become president, right, Pete? And Strzok responded, his lover, by the way, no, he's not. We'll stop it. By the way, those are FBI officials talking about keeping a presidential candidate out of the White House. No big deal. But the FBI isn't politically motivated, right? So then White House propaganda mouthpiece Joe defends Strzok. Of course he does.
A comprehensive review in February 2018 of Strzok's messages concluded that texts critical of Mr. Trump represented a fraction of roughly 7,000 texts, which stretch across 384 pages and show no evidence of a conspiracy against Mr. Trump. That is, of course, from Mr. Murdoch's Wall Street Journal. So despite that fact, I put that out there. The FBI makes mistakes.
No.
The church makes mistakes. People make mistakes.
Got it. People make mistakes, Joe. Indeed they do, Joe. You're so right, Joe. And thank you for pointing out that to all of us that we already knew that Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal apparently sees no issue at all with Peter Strzok texting his girlfriend, married Peter Strzok, texting his girlfriend, another FBI agent, colluding to keep Trump out of the Oval Office. Well, here are the unavoidable problems with the FBI. They propagated the Russia collusion hoax to hurt Trump. Remember that? They manufactured the Governor Whitmer kidnapping case and blamed it on Trump before the election. They helped Joe Biden's presidential campaign by burying Hunter Biden's illegal activities. They targeted any parents who disagreed with their policies about their own children's health. The damage is done, but the damage goes beyond just Americans losing faith in our institutions in Washington, D.C.
This is what we keep saying. The damage is done, and it goes way beyond Washington, D.C. And the reason it goes beyond Washington, D.C. isn't because of what blah, blah, blah is going to say. The reason it goes beyond Washington, D.C. is because Washington, D.C. affects us all. And I'm going to have a bong hit, by the way. All right. Again, the reason it affects us all, what happens in Washington, D.C., he said it goes far beyond Washington, D.C. I think he's talking about the FBI. He's talking about local governments. I'm talking about each and every one of us. You know, all these laws that are created, all these, National Defense Authorization Act, where they can spy on absolutely any of us, including your children. They're building files on your children and what they do on their fucking cell phones from day one, okay? And you know what your kids are doing on your cell phones, right? So, let's see. I just want better for you. You know, I don't see how it's going to happen. Because mainly it's a matter of all of us coming together, and it seems to me that they have us too well divided, you know, for us to come together. They have us so that we feel like each other is the problem, right? If it wasn't for the damn Republicans, the damn Trumpers, The damn Americans, you mean? If it wasn't for the damn Americans, the goddamn liberals, the damn Americans, is that what you're saying? Because that's who these people are. They're the salt of the earth, right? The U.S. citizens. They're the backbone of our country. They're what gives our country soul and flavor and every single bit of energy and emotion that it has comes from the people. And they have you acting like, oh, those are Republicans. We don't want to associate with them. Which, number one, is your loss. You know, not to know your neighbors is, I don't know. It just seems like step number one. You know, step number one is to know the people around you. I don't want to be around people that I feel are, you know, toxic, right? So, and I think that knowing your neighbors makes it so that you don't imagine whether they're toxic or not. You know, whether they're friendly. Even when you talk with them, you stop and you talk with them, you can tell which ones are genuinely friendly. I can tell, but I have I don't want to say like a radar of that sort of thing. What I have is I have this shield around me, right? And people look at me and they go, I'm not going to talk to this guy now. And you can tell, you know, when people are like friendly and happy and, you know, they act like, you know, like it's a beautiful day and nice to see you, and, you know, or did you see the bunny over there? Oh, I love bunnies. And I do. I love bunnies. Every time I see one, I go, there's a little bunny with the little bunny ears. So I guess we the news is Liz Cheney has lost her bid for, you know, her never-ending fucking legacy dynasty bullshit about, you know, I'm a Cheney, and we live in Iowa. No one can ever take my job away. Liz Cheney loses Wyoming GOP. Liz Cheney loses Wyoming GOP primary. Trump's election lies. Trump's election lies. What's that now? A path I could not take. That's her quote. Trump election lies is a path I could not take. I'm a better human being than that. I'm a more proud American than to say that somehow one of our elections, like the one with her father, somehow got skewed. How could anyone ever think something like that might happen in our great nation? You know, it's just so easy to despise these people. And that's so unfortunate, because I don't want to despise people. I really don't. I want to have good people that I can say good things about. I want to have good news media that I can feel good about, going, oh, look, this person is so spot on about this stuff. I don't think you really hear me say that. And it doesn't make any sense. That's what media people are supposed to be. They're supposed to be nailing it. Like, oh my God, look at this person opening people's eyes. We don't get that from our media. And I feel that we could do so much better, so much easier. There's no reason for things to be this way. You know, we could have politicians that ask questions, that listen to the people and voice they're important issues. I don't see this happening. I see division and more division and more division, as if that's what the government's job is. You know, you would think that the powers that be, the people at the top, would want to bring the people of this great nation together so that we could make happen anything. We become an unstoppable force in the world. I just feel like right now it's just overextended and on the verge of collapse, and that all of you deserve better, and that all of you have been fooled into somehow believing that your neighbors are against you, or that you need to protect yourself from some other form of thought than, you know, this one agreed fucking, you know, Stepford Wives. I'm a Democrat and everything that Donald Trump says is a complete lie. Donald Trump is fucking full of shit. Okay? In no way, shape, or form more full of shit than Liz Cheney. No way, shape, or form more way full of shit than Barack Obama or Joe Biden or Nancy Pelosi. No way. I mean, Donald Trump is a fucked up piece of shit who lies like everything out of his mouth. He's really good at lying. No better than Nancy Pelosi. No better than Barack Obama, Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, Joe Biden. The list goes on, people. And yet, somehow, there's this hive thought in this, you know, Republican Party and this Democrat Party. Oh, you know, oh, the Democrat Party hive thought is everything about Donald Trump is fucking, is like the most evil thing that can happen to our country. I think we're well beyond the most evil thing that can happen to our country, which is, you know, going to war based on lies to enrich fucking cunts, you know. I think that there's just so much more important things, right, that we need to focus on and put our energy into than Donald Trump is a huge piece of shit. Of course Donald Trump is a huge fucked up piece of shit. Of course Nancy Pelosi is a huge fucked up piece of shit. And that's why we have all these other problems that need to be addressed, is because of these fucked up pieces of shit. Donald Trump, you see Donald Trump in this clip that I'm showing now at the end of the videos, where he says, well, no one's gotten to the bottom of what happened on September 11th. And what do you say? They really should have. They really should have. He was in a position to say this all along throughout his presidency, and he never said anything like that. You know, he could have brought light to the fact that no one's gotten to the bottom of what happened on September 11th, Liz Cheney. And he was in a position to say that, and then quite possibly bolster a tremendous amount of support from people who think that the government is fucking evil. Everyone from Nancy Pelosi to Donald Trump's vice president, all part of this evil machine that grinds up children and women around the world, including in our own country. Okay, these are, you know, and somehow Donald Trump is the evil one. Donald Trump is evil. Donald Trump is horrible. Donald Trump is a fucked up piece of shit who never saw a dollar he didn't want to chase. But that's how Nancy Pelosi is. That's how our country got this way. is we have all these people that are sellouts to corruption and money and whatever it takes to get mine, instead of the good people that I talk about. In this country is just filled with good people, and somehow they have been brainwashed into sticking this R or this D onto them, as if, oh, well, I'm one of these. I'm a proud American and I'm one of these. Well, I think if you were a proud American, genuine proud American, being one of these that has screwed the recent history of America and the not too distant future of America, would be one of these D's and one of these R's, and that the last thing that you would want to do is to slap one of them on your chest and act like it's a brand and now they own you for the rest of your bitch ass life. Okay? Americans are stronger and better and smarter than that, and for whatever reason they continue to buy into the bullshit. There has to be a better way. And I think it starts with not being afraid. They have everybody so afraid. Oh my God, we're on the verge of nuclear devastation. Right? I'm just like, woohoo! Because it's bullshit. Okay? When I was 5 years old, we were on the verge of nuclear devastation. Oh my God, it's so terrifying. I don't know if it was terrifying when I was 5 years old, or if that's when I really first saw, through the looking glass to see that, there's some bullshit going on here. Because I don't like bullshit. I don't like being told what to do. And what I hear these people say, I don't like being told what to do. And what I hear these people saying again and again and again is be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. And if you were around in the days after 9/11, the first few years after 9/11, that's what it was. Fear, 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 terrorists everywhere, and we have to black bag these motherfuckers. No rights. We take away their rights. We fly them out of the country. We fly them to some country where torture is legal, and then we proceed to torture innocent people. How can you identify with these Democrats or these Republicans? And I'm not saying you in particular. I'm just saying, how can anybody identify with the evil that is the Republican Party and the Democrat Party? They're equally evil. And it blows my mind, that somehow, these ones over here, they're the good ones. Well, they may not be the good guys, but they're better than them. No, they're not. No. And this is the lie that the media feeds you. This is the lie that the politicians feed you. Well, at least they're better than those guys over there. At least my side is better than their side. And it's like I say, it's the Democrats and the Republicans are the same thing. Okay, they're just talking to different audiences. These audiences want to hear this thing, and one of the things that they want to hear is that they're the good guys. They're on the right side. They're on the side of justice and goodness. The side of the Lord. We're on the side of God. And these politicians, these Democratic Republican parties, they won't hesitate to tell you that. They'll tell you the other side is Satan. They'll explain to you why they're Satan. And it's not so much that what they're saying makes sense. not you in particular, but this is what we, the Republican voter, wants to hear. They're evil. We're on the side of Christ, right? And then the other side wants to be like, oh, they hate homos, right? We're on the side of homos. And it's just this pandering bullshit. Okay? Not that the homos don't deserve whatever to be pandered to, or the Christian right. Everybody deserves to be pandered to. The problem is that when you believe the pandering, then you buy into the division. Because it wasn't the Republicans that held the homos back, right? It wasn't the Republicans that said, oh, you can't get married, even though they're still saying it. It was both the Republicans and the Democrats. In fact, when Barack Hussein Obama, which I don't like saying it that way, for some reason it keeps popping into my head like that. It may be this programming. It doesn't, it just, when I say Barack Obama, it just feels like, there should be something more to it, like President Obama, but I hate calling these people, like King, Lord, whatever. When Obama was running to be president, again, it's not the Republicans that keep the homos from getting married, right? It's not. It's when Barack Obama ran for president in 2008, during his campaign run, he said, I believe marriage is between a man and a woman, okay? This most progressive history in the history of human beings. I believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. Barack Obama. Hello, caller.
Hello, Max. How you doing?
Fine.
That's good. That's good to hear, man. I just heard the news about, what's her name?
Miss Piggy?
Liz Cheney. Yeah. Liz Cheney just lost.
Yeah,
and,
woohoo! Woohoo!
Yeah, I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be honest, dude. I think this election was bullshit.
This one.
I think it was total bullshit, dude. I think we need to audit the vote. I think we need to seize those Dominion machines, and I think we need to see how many votes got flipped for her. All right? Because I think this election was rigged.
Right.
This is bullshit, dude. I want to humiliate her.
Yeah.
I think I want a full audit of the vote. I don't think she got anywhere near the amount of votes she got.
I want a full audit of every single vote that's done in this country, whether it's state or local governments. I want people to have. I want people to believe in voter, integrity, or know that when they vote, it actually isn't. I don't want people to believe that voting is bullshit. Okay, because that's where we're at right now. People are like, "What's the point?" This is all bullshit. And if we do audits of these, I don't know that that's going to be how we fix this, how we get the people's confidence back. But I think it's a good start in the right direction. So
yeah, anything they do where they do like ballot stuffing, or they literally make ballot harvesting, or you don't need to fucking be an ID. You can't. So they're making they tried to pass at a federal level. It's illegal for you to ask their ID when they ask for their ballot. And
it's been hey, look at, man, that's the way it's supposed to be. It was to ask people for ID back in the day was a form of intimidation, and lots of people didn't have it, so it also counted them out and kept the voting towards the rich people, people of means. So I think that requiring an ID brings up again things in our history that are not where we want to be. We've moved beyond that.
Our history our history is fine, dude. Them saying like we can't identify you, you could just be, hey, I'm Mike Hunt. I'm here to pick up my ballot, sir. You know, and then then I vote, right? And like, you know, for Mike Hunt, and then hey, I'm James Bond. I'm here to pick up my ballot. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Dude, that's a voter suppression. That's suppressing the actual real votes. And that's really a big fucking deal, dude. So, what about these poor people that don't even fucking exist?
Right. Well, what about voter chain, blockchain voting? You know, with on cell phones. That seems to make sense, right?
No, I mean, I wouldn't trust it personally. No, it would just be like hard to trace, hard to shut down. I don't know how you would verify a vote dump. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm ignorant.
But you understand what it is that I'm saying about requiring ID, right? I think that I'm not telling you that you have to agree with me, but you understand that there's a history of that which is quite ugly.
I mean, it's kind of weird the flip flop on that, you know, because a lot of it was she didn't originate it, right? But Stacey Abrams in Georgia, she was the black lady that was the gubernatorial candidate last time, or Democrat candidate, and like she's been doing the whole no voter ID thing, and they were saying, black people can't get IDs and shit. Well, guess what? Black people do have IDs, and they were like called racist, and they're like saying, black people are too dumb to get an ID, which is insulting. It's fucking insulting. And they were calling out, and they were like, for a while they were backtracking on it, but then, it's like they have no memory. And then they're just doing it again, and they're going back saying, but black people can't vote.
Right, well, look, this is what I'm saying. You say they have no memory. What I'm telling you is that you're acting like you don't recognize it. This is this thing that's happened throughout history, which has made people who actually have the right to vote not be able to vote. Okay, and that's the reason that we don't have laws requiring that now, is because we don't want to, make it so that people are intimidated at polling places. Now, I agree. There has to be some kind of voting card or something. I don't know, but you have to understand the other aspect of it also. So.
Well, yeah, the other aspect has been dramatized a bit too. Like when they had the original landowners. Were the voters, that was the original one of the original, requirements and stuff. Well, that's because back then, it's the only way they could know if you're like, a resident of Pennsylvania, or if you're from somewhere else, that was the only way they could have state.
See, again, it comes back to this thing, like you're laughing at it, like it's, it's funny, but it was this way not only of suppressing the vote, but making the vote only, towards these people who have, these people of means, imagine if there's, what's that?
It was the best they could do at the time without turning their elections into a total circus like ours are today. They could just, that was their attempt to make sure that, people from the area got to vote. And not be fucking, flooded or fucking, rigged, basically, your local state or whatever election. And that was just, unfortunately that's all they had. Eventually cities came along and they were like, oh, maybe you don't need to own land, maybe you could just, have an apartment and all this other stuff. And then the laws progressed, if humans aren't perfect, and next to some sort of Orwellian, gene tech, or something like that, where they just track everything about you. Like fucking, just a basic proof that you are who you say you are, and from where you are, and that you are that person, isn't that much. And to do anything other than that, is voter suppression.
Okay.
Because the people who actually vote, who should have their votes counted, are being suppressed by these illegal votes.
Okay.
That is voter suppression.
Okay.
And I'm highly against voter suppression.
So it's easy.
You know,
it's easy to have ID and to carry it with you and to be identified with that, and shouldn't be a problem, right?
Well,
that's what you're saying.
If you got utilities.
So is that the way it should be? Is that the way that it should be? Like just walking around, and the cop pulls up and the cop says, "Hey, let me see your ID," and you say, "I don't have ID," and he says, "You got to have ID, and it's easy to have ID, and everybody needs to have ID," and he treats you like a second-class citizen because you don't have ID.
No, because you are not initiating a contact for any, want or desire of your initiation. All right, so that's different. All right, like if I'm sitting on my porch and I'm like, I don't know actually, and
I get what you're saying. You're not out trying to say, I have the right to do this.
Like go buy a house or rent an apartment or buy fucking smokes. I don't necessarily agree with that, but go buy some fucking smokes. Get an ID. Get a bank account. Fucking have a car. Some fucking shit, dude. I have to have ID for it. But when you're doing that, hey, well, I want to file for a new credit card, dude. If they just give it to some fucking random fucker, and he pretends that he's me, no, that's fucked up. And that's what somebody pretends that they're me and they vote. A lot of people came, but it's like every election I can ever remember. There's people going like, "Oh, I went to go vote and they said I already voted."
Right.
That happens like fucking every fucking year, dude. Those people, their vote got suppressed.
Right.
And like fucking, that's a literal stolen. And I'm willing to bet that's going to be way, way more common than the other situation that you fucking somehow lived in the woods raised by wolves, and you just never figured out how to get an ID or how to vote, but man, you really want to vote. It's just, honestly, the whole fucking, it's kind of a bullshit argument. It's just a bullshit
well, I think there's supposed to be a certain anonymity to voting also, and that kind of makes it seem like that doesn't exist so much,
Yeah, I would love to see like a Supreme Court do something for the Fourth Amendment, your right to privacy, God, dude, that's like the most desecrated amendment in the Constitution,
I agree.
I'd love to see some privacy laws, but, that fucking genie's out of the bottle, man. You can't fucking
I don't think it actually exists anymore, and what's really weird is, the people that are coming up, the newest generations that are coming in, I think that they know that there's no privacy, and somehow they've moved beyond that, and it just isn't important anymore. It's like, there is no privacy, so get over yourself. That's the way things are.
And speaking of this is an important topic, man. We can't forget our Canadian brothers. All right, we cannot forget our Canadian brothers. Anything that happens in North America that's bad for all North Americans. And like they just announced, Trudeau, the most beloved prime minister. I heard he's leading in the polls there. Fucking bullshit, But like fucking he's doing a Canadian digital ID, based on the World Economic Forum. The Klaus Schwab, you will own nothing and you will be happy, and they have the guy.
I own nothing and I'm happy.
And how humans are hackable, and that there's no such thing as free will anymore. And like fucking,
it appears like this may be true. This is the kind of stuff that I keep talking about. People slapping an R or a D on them, which makes absolutely no sense. Go ahead.
But like the digital ID is the Chinese social credit score. All right, social credit score is like digital slavery, and that it is basically the chains. What they do over there in China, right? They do all kinds of fucked up shit to not only just you. Like they'll be like, "Oh, you can't ride on trains anymore. You posted this news story we don't like. You're no longer allowed to ride on the trains. Your train pass no longer works." And but beyond just punishing you, they'll punish the people around you, like your Facebook friends.
You think this is different from the United States or something?
No. It's going to be 100% real in the next few years in the United States. 100% real.
Well, they've had
Canada even sooner.
They've had a no-fly list for a long time, and I know that they've been wanting to add to it for a long time.
But
So
the digital ID is it's like it's not you, it's everyone. All right. And what they do is they literally game society. This is what they were talking about when they hack humans. They make it like so in China like I can't remember all the things that they do, but say you're friends with me. Right? And I just spout off my whatever I think, right? And it's wrong thing. And like fucking, dude, they'll start fucking with them. Yeah. They'll be like, hey, you're friends with this guy. Yeah. Your fucking credit score just went down, dude. You're not allowed to go on as many miles as you need to. Or we're going to have to cut your internet a little bit, you know? Or, you know, they'll just do all kinds of shit. So these people will come and turn on you and be like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? And like go fucking like, you know, they get society to turn against each other. And dude, this thing is incredibly sinister, right? Incredibly sinister. And like there's like, man, it's a big fucking deal. And the Canadians are about to fucking experience it. You know, like right now, their Canadian digital ID. It's really horrific, dude. It's like they literally game society, game social networks, game social, you know, interaction.
Well,
you know, because
look,
other people because of you, they'll come after you.
The Canadians,
they won't blame the fuckers.
The Canadians seem to be, you know, waking up to a lot the evil that is their government, and it looks to me like the more hard their government pushes the people, the more hard they're going to be a pushback. And I think that, you know, I feel it's the same way here. You know, it's like I said, the January 6th thing is not about Donald Trump. It's more about Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi than Donald Trump. You know, the more that they push, you know, the closer they come to this place where they break the camel's back. And then the people have no choice but to, you know, rise up. And this is, you know, what I see everywhere. You know, this shit with the FBI, this shit with like you're saying, the social media score in around the world, in Canada and China.
It's not going to be unique to China. It's not going to be unique to Canada. It's going to be us, dude. They're going to fucking initiate it on us, you know, dude. And like, I'm watching all these, you know, election ads, and you know, like, you know, they're kind of like normal, you know, for like the primary seasons and stuff. And you know, like this is like from all over the states, because I don't think YouTube seems to have my location, because I probably never gave it to it. And like fucking you know, so I see all these fucking ads, dude, and I'm like, but dude, it was this fucking year that they tried to fire me, all right, dude? They tried to fire me for not taking the old vax. And dude, that was, I'm still pissed off about that, dude. Like that was a big fuck you, saying I can no longer have my job. I can't fucking work at a place. And at the very end, right before the Supreme Court shut it down, they were saying, oh, it's for people with less than 100 employees too. It's like they even specifically mentioned, if you're like a YouTuber and you have a merch shop and you sell merch, you've got to prove that those people are vaccinated, you know? And like fucking, they were going after like, single people businesses, dude. And I'm like, none of the fucking ads.
Yeah, I remember there was a barber shop here, and he was saying, you know, when they closed everything down and made them require people to have vaccines and all this stuff, he was like, yeah, fuck you, and just left his place open, and they sent the police in and shut him down. And he's just like an old guy who fucking cuts hair, you know? Idiotic.
Yeah. And like you were saying a little bit earlier about the R's and the D's, dude. Let's give it up for at least tonight to the R's. Fucking took out Liz Cheney. Holy shit, dude. You know, I mean, why isn't this more, like, why, you know, this is like an event, almost. And, like, it should be like every
the end of a dynasty. The end of a dynasty.
Like, how the hell did she even get elected in the first fucking place? You know what I mean? Was they...
Yeah.
Against her, you know what I mean?
I think
like nobody knows who the other person is. That person could be Satan himself, right?
Yeah.
Ran against her. Because like, hey, Satan, the only way you could win is if you run against Liz Cheney. You you know, and like, you know, anyone could beat her, you know. I don't know, you know, I mean, I don't know if we replaced Liz Cheney with a better person, but you know, at least we got rid of Liz Cheney, right? You know, why don't they get rid of like these other fuckers, dude? Like, dude, why is Adam Schiff around, dude? What's that guy, the Fartwell? The guy that farted on TV, dude, that fucking sleeps with a Chinese spy? How the
fucking Kinzinger, dude.
How the fuck?
Kinzinger.
Oh, Adam Kinzinger. Oh, God.
His
Did he already lose or no?
I don't know.
Oh, I hope he did. I hope he did.
He's, you know,
dude, they're cleaning house over there, man. Like the Republican side, like you gotta admit, dude, they're cleaning house, dude. Yeah. They're fucking kicking all these motherfuckers out that need to be fucking kicked out.
And I'm not talking about the January 6th committee, okay? You don't gotta take my word about Kinzinger being a piece of shit like that. You can go to the New York Times where his wife and daughter sent a letter talking about what a piece of shit Adam Kinzinger is. Is Adam Kinzinger? What a piece of shit he is.
Ask Kissinger, I think it is.
Her father, her husband, how horrible a human being he is. They sent it, they didn't just write it, they sent, I think they posted it on Facebook, and then it was sent to the New York Times. Okay, that's how horrible Adam Kinzinger is. Adam Kinzinger.
Dude, I saw like a video. It was right after the dude did. It's the guy that goes to the city halls and he fucking did the big booty Latina, the AOC.
Yeah.
You know? And he did one for Adam Kissinger. He's like, we know you're a fucking fraud. You're a fucking liar. just like, dude, it was so fucking awesome. Just watching this bitch just get chewed out. As he's walking to the Capitol, and he's getting somebody like, you're a bitch. He's like, you know, that should be every day for these fuckers.
Yeah, I think
you don't have to hit them, but you stand call them a bitch, you know?
Yeah.
Call them a fucking liar.
Well,
you know?
I think everybody that voted to, you know, support the Iraq War, you know, meaning not the voters of the country, but the members of Congress who voted to fund and support the Iraq War going on year after year, knowing that it was all based on lies, knowing that it was killing all of these innocent Iraqis every single day. I think every single one of those people, including the presidents that participated in that and the vice presidents and probably their cabinets, should be marched through the center of Baghdad naked. Okay, that's how horrible these people are. That's how horrible, you know, that's what they deserve. That's the revenge that the Iraqi people deserve. And unfortunately, they deserve so much more because it was our tax dollars that reduced their families into a pile of fucking dust. What was that?
You know, speaking of, I was interrupting when I was saying, well, which George Bush was talking. It's just both. And like, but you know, speaking of the Iraq War, and I tried to call in on the Jon Stewart episode where he was crying or whatever, you know, for fucking vets or whatever, and like fucking burn pits or whatever the fuck it was at the time. And like, fucking, but yeah, you didn't have the phone on. But like, my fucking brother was a first Gulf War vet, you know. And he was in the Navy, and dude, he was talking about the Gulf War syndrome.
Yeah.
You know, and like how, you know, like, oh, it's a big fucking mystery, right? You know what I mean? And like fucking, they were saying, oh, it's the munitions, oh, it's the burn pits, oh, it's all whatever the fuck they wanted to blame it on. You know, oh, these people were inhaled smoke and shit. But he pointed out, like, dude, these fuckers in the French armies and these other fucking armies, dude, they didn't get fucking Gulf War syndrome. But then all the Americans did, and they gave him, and his health is fucked up. Like, they gave him a fucking anthrax vaccine that should not have been given to humans.
Yeah, no, that's
and like fucking,
that's evil.
You know, and like you know, they're like, oh, it's you know, the burn pits or whatever the fuck. I'm sure the burn pits are pretty nasty too, but like fucking, you know. Yeah, it was kind of weird that the Americans got it and the other fucking armies didn't, you know? Like, from the other fucking governments and shit who didn't give them that shit. And, you know, they're like, oh, it's a big fucking mystery, you know? Like, the first off, they shouldn't have given them to it in the first place. And then, like, you know, a few years later or whatever, the FDA was like, holy shit, this ain't safe for humans, you know what I mean? Like, and like, fucking, oh, a fucking mystery. What happens to you? Just like, now, dude, I think, was it like, dude, what? Jill Biden caught COVID again. Their fucking, what was it? Their fucking defense secretary just caught it again or something, or like the third time this year. All quadruple vax.
Yeah, and doctors and and they have the best doctors in the world. Half of them are doctors, and and still.
The CEO just caught it.
Yeah, right. I was thinking about making that the title of tomorrow night's show is Pfizer CEO test positive for COVID.
Yeah. It's almost like that shit doesn't work. I don't know. That might be speculation on my part. All right,
It is obviously speculation, but
it might be obviously speculation. I'm not a doctor. Right?
But it's not. I mean, people should be entitled to have that kind of speculation when it comes to their own health care. When you see something advertised on television and they spend more time telling you about the side effects, the dangerous side effects, than they do about the benefits of the drug, you should be able to look at that and make up your own mind as to whether or not you might have concerns.
I just saw like a new ad. I saw they were back to back, right?
Yeah.
It was back to back. I think I was watching NBC. They had a fucking drug for eye bulging.
Yeah, I saw that too.
We're like, it's something very weird.
Right?
Very gotta be a limited market, right? You know what I mean? And then right afterwards, they played an insomnia fucking drug ad, and they're like, they're listing all the, all the fucking shit. It's like, oh, you may not fucking remember what you did for the day, like including driving places, cooking a meal. They literally said that, cooking a meal, driving or going places, and then they're like, and you may feel suicidal.
Right.
That's man, well, shit. Hey, doc, is this good for me?
Yeah, it seems to be right. It seems to be like one of those common side effects of antidepressants is you may feel suicidal. Well, that's what I need on top of feeling suicidal.
That sounds like just what the doctor ordered.
But in general, people, the rule of thumb. I got another caller. It's good to hear from you. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, wait. I got one more message for
I got another.
Cheney.
No,
that'll do, pig. That'll do.
Okay. Hello, caller.
Hey, yo, man, what are you doing?
Doing this thing that I do. What are you doing?
Well, I've been listening to you for a while, and what I gotta say is, you wanna put down, vets and all this.
No, that is not true. That is not true.
No, hold on. Now I got a son that's in the, he went to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Okay. And to say and put out the things that you've been saying.
Like what?
And it ain't, no,
like what?
It ain't right. It ain't right.
Like what?
You know what I mean?
Like
what?
What?
I mean, saying that the war was not funded right?
The war, the war is based on lies.
Walking right now, and you keep raccooning around me, man.
That's
what you keep doing. You keep doing that to all your listeners. You keep saying that. I didn't say this. I didn't say that. But then you turn around and you're like, man, the war wasn't for a reason. Well, then why in the hell did my son fight?
That's the question that you should be asking instead of just accepting what the government is telling you.
Do you live in the U.S., sir?
Yes. Do you trust the U.S. government, sir?
Then my son, you're telling me, right? Listen to me. You're telling me, my son, myself, my father, my grandfather, all of us, we didn't fight for the U.S., right?
I did not say that. I did not say that.
You're basically saying the war was for a lost cause. What you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that the U.S. government... Do you trust the U.S. government, sir?
We served, didn't we?
That's not the question. I'm talking about the people in Congress. I'm talking about the people in Congress who spew their bullshit, on a daily basis. Do you trust those people?
I'm sorry that I don't have a televised program, okay, with a big beard, smoking pot all day, okay, and making you We fought for you to be able to do that. Now, how are you going to answer that?
Look, I have talked about, are you really listening to the show? Because I've talked about Donald Trump bringing back MIA remains from North Korea again and again, and how it's the most important thing that Donald Trump did while he was in the White House. So I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to, but that is who you're talking to, so we're clear. What's that now?
Hey, how about this? How about this? How about you come up to Brooklyn and I'll give you a real big, good beat? How about that?
You want to attach all this shit to me, okay? We have a regular caller, and I hope that he's listening. We have a regular caller named 2 Bronze Star Brandon, okay? You don't get a name like 2 Bronze Star Brandon, and he loves to call, and he loves to talk to me, and he knows damn well that I support the troops.
Why don't you move out of the country then?
Because that would be surrendering to evil, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? But I think you're the traitor. You know, you want to put the troops down?
That's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. I didn't say anything like that about you or your son.
Big motherfucker.
What's
That's
that?
what you're doing. You want to smoke your pot, you want to lay back, not work, and you just want to get all the freedom. That's it. You want to let everybody else do it.
Yes, I do. That's what it means to be top of the fucking food chain, to look around and see what your options are and choose the one you want. Okay?
You don't want to put the work in. That's the problem with this country. Nobody wants to put the goddamn work in.
Look I've been working my ass off for the last 25 years to open people's eyes, and I know I did a damn good job of it.
You've been sitting at a computer, and you just want to let us all go and do the work while you sit back, and then you want to smoke your pot. That's what you want to do. And then you want to fucking tell us that we ain't doing a good job? Fuck you.
Tell who?
Us.
Us
we
who?
Were in the military. Were you ever in the military?
Tell us who. Who? Us.
Military. Were you ever in the military?
No, I was not.
I didn't think so. You know what we call that? We call it soy boy. That's what we call it.
Okay, good. I'm glad you got a name for it.
And I mean, it's like throwing an egg into a damn nest. You know what I mean? Like it's like throwing an egg in a net. It ain't gonna break if it's too soft, right? And that's what you're doing. You are the egg being thrown into a soft little fluffy, nerfy life, able to criticize others whenever you don't know what the hell you're talking about, boy.
Who is it you think I'm criticizing?
The troops. You just made remarks a minute ago about Afghanistan and the war with WMDs and all that stuff. And you think it's the troops' fault.
No, I do not. I think it's the government's fault.
Hey, listen to me. The troops are told what to do by their commander.
I agree.
So you need to be writing your Congress is what you need to do instead of bitching about the troops.
I stand up and I speak out against our Congress on a daily basis. For a big part of the reason why I speak out against our Congress. Jesus Christ, dude! Can I just finish one thought?
When was the last time you called them? I want to know.
I call them every fucking day out here. Okay? Do you not get it? I've had members of Congress contact me. I don't have to call them. They know who I am.
The troops go through hell.
You're damn right they do. And they deserve better than this piece of shit government who doesn't take care of them. Don't they?
Well, you need to clarify that. You don't make it sound very good. You understand?
I just got done saying the troops get fucked by our government. That's the problem. That's what you don't want to see. That's what you don't want to admit to.
Admit to what? Well,
that our government is fucking the United States soldier.
Did I not just say that you need to contact government?
And I do every day. You're not paying attention.
What happened? Okay, I see what happened. I wasn't sure you did. You know, I raised my kids.
You know who Pat Tillman is? You know who Pat Tillman is?
What?
Do you know who Pat Tillman is?
I ain't worried about no Pat Tillman or whatever the hell. I'm saying I raised my kids. I paid child support. Okay?
Uh-huh.
You know, I did all that. I did everything from the bottom up. You gotta be blaming troops. You gotta call your senators. You gotta call everybody. You know? What's that song, you know? We finally got a piece of the pie. You gotta do that. You gotta get that pie. You can't be sitting back and bitching about the goddamn troops and shit.
I'm not bitching about the troops.
Well, you need to clarify all that shit down in the chat then. Everybody down there is on the same page I'm.
I don't think that's true.
Well, hey, look, that's what it looks like to me. Okay? That's what it looks like to me.
I think that you're very sensitive about anti-war sentiments.
You got damn right. If I'm gonna go out and fight your ass, sit behind the computer, you're damn right. You goddamn right. If you're gonna be like that, then fucking yeah.
Well,
yeah,
don't you think?
Right.
Don't you think someone should hold the government? Don't you think that someone should hold the government accountable for lying people like your child into war?
Call, tell them.
The government? Yeah.
Because I'll tell you the next goddamn step is gonna be because they already sold in the numbers.
Hey, soldier, this is the producer of the show. I served in the United States Air Force. Yo, bitch! Yo, bitch! Yo, bitch!
What's going to happen right now is the numbers are going to happen is they're going to end up being a goddamn draft.
I'm calling you out. You're a fraud, bro. I was in the United States Air Force. What branch did you serve in? I'm the producer of this show.
You are the producer of this show.
No, Mike is the talent. I'm the producer. I'm calling you out on your bullshit. What branch did you serve? What squadron? Where did you serve, bro?
I was in the 101st Airborne, my son.
Bullshit you were. Everybody says that. That's some bullshit. You're like one of those guys on the side of the road with a fucking sign that says, "Disabled veteran, please help. Please help. I'm a disabled veteran." You're a fraud, motherfucker. You're a fraud. Hang up the phone right now. We don't like your kind. We like actual veterans. Okay? I'm a United States veteran, bitch. You just fucking pissed me off, okay? We don't like your kind. When did you serve? If you don't know who Pat Tillman is, you're full of shit. You are full of shit. You are full of shit. Go ahead, bro.
You said you weren't in the military. Now.
Yeah, I was. I'm the producer of this show. I was active duty United States Air Force, motherfucker. Guys like Bronze Star Brandon that actually served. Let's hear it, bitch.
Two Bronze Star.
Sorry, 2 Bronze Star Brandon. You're full of shit. You're a fraud, bro. You're a fraud. I'm calling you out.
Yeah, I'm calling you out, motherfucker.
You're a fake, dude. You're a fake.
There you go, but I gotta have a piss.
I'm not fake. I'm real.
Yeah, you're a fake. I'm gonna jump in the fucking talent chair for a minute. What's up, bitches? Mike's taking a break. I'm taking over for a minute. You're full of shit. Yeah, calling from an anonymous number. You're a fucking put on, dude. You're a troll. You're a fucking troll.
I'm telling you that you have.
Suck it. You're a fucking troll, dude. I don't get on camera very often because I let Mike do the show his way. You're full of shit. You were not in the 101st Airborne. Okay, then where is the 101st Airborne base? You tell me what base they're on then. Where are they at? Huh?
Who's on who?
Okay, where's the 101st Airborne? Where's the 82nd base then? Tell me that.
Down in fucking Georgia, motherfucker.
Bullshit! New Mexico, you're a lying sack of shit. Fuck you. You're a fraud.
You ain't in the Air Force. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, yeah? I worked fucking down in the Caribbean Getting rid of Colombian cargo. My unit was responsible for taking out Pablo Escobar, motherfucker.
You're playing people. That's what you're doing. You're playing people.
Suck it. Okay? You're a fraud. I'm calling you out. You're like that guy on the side of the road. Like I said, with the sign that says, "Oh, I'm a disabled veteran. Please help me." You went down to the Army surplus store and got your boots and your jacket, your field jacket that has some other guy's name on it.
You hear me?
Yeah, I got my uniforms. You want to see them? I'll go grab my goddamn uniform. I got them in the closet because I proudly served, bitch.
If you were in the goddamn Air Force.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You're the biggest fake that's out there. Brandon, you and I know, bro. This guy's a fake.
You're having a hard time keeping up because you just want to keep blaming. That's what you want to do.
What's with your fake accent? Yeah, I can come across with a fake accent too, man. I'll tell you what, one of these days when I got out in the military, I was a diesel mechanic. Yeah, that's right. When I got out in the military, the best I could do was work with a crescent wrench and change the oil on my truck. Dude, the best kind of fluid you ever had was your gender fluid when you reached down your pants and found out you had a vagina. Fuck off. Okay, we're done with that guy. Was that fun or what, guys? I had to give Mike a break. You know, when someone comes on here and they try and talk shit and say they were in the military, I'm going to step up. Because the military service is something I hold pretty top of the chain. That's why we bring Brandon in here. And any other guys that are United States military, prior service, or active duty. You can call it anytime you want. Fuckers like that, nah. I'm going to call them under the carpet. You guys don't get on camera that much unless there's something going on. But I just wanted to say hi and tell that motherfucker he's a fraud. And if he's not a fraud, then you know what? Why don't you send your DD-214 to mike@moxnews.com and we'll blur out and show that, and we'll blur out the important information. We'll see if you're for real because you're full of shit. I got my VA card. I can show you guys I was legit active duty. Hey, Mike. I only wanted to jump on for a minute because I'm not going to sit here and take calls. Oh, what do we got to call? Hey, there's somebody I know. Press 1. That's the guy I was looking to talk to. Brandon, what's up, dude? Is that guy a fraud or what? The 101st Airborne. My ass, the 101st Airborne. Bullshit.
Well, that's me. I'm 101st, but I'm about to go back and watch the show. Or you know what? You're gonna go watch it real quick and call you back because he was bitching about some shit, or whatever, and then I guess he felt lied to or something.
Maybe we got another caller. If you want to jump back and look, but you definitely go back to the top of the list. Let's see who this is calling through. You want to see?
All right.
Stand by. Stand by. I'll jump on it here. Hold on. Let's see what we got. Hold on. Mox News. Who is this?
Hey, this is Manny. How's it going?
Manny, dude, why'd you gotta jump in front of 2 Bronze Star Brandon with your bullshit call from the 202?
Oh, man.
Manny, you even know that was some bullshit, right? That guy wasn't really active duty or prior service military. He was some bullshit, right?
Well, I don't know, man. I never served in the military.
He was about as much bullshit as when I say I'm a diesel engine mechanic. Hey, so I gotta tell you a funny joke, man. You might get this, you might not. So there's a couple of guys, and they're waiting in line for a job. And the 2 guys walk up to the front of the line, and he's like, "Hey, I got to figure out if you are worthy of getting a job here." And he goes, "What did you do?" He goes, "Well, my part of this work is essential." He goes, I tightened down all the bolts on the engine." And he goes, "Okay, that sounds pretty good." And the other guy goes, "What do you do?" He goes, "Well, I work in a women's underwear store. I guess you could say I'm a diesel fitter." And he goes, "What? What are you talking about?" He goes, "I just put the panties on my head." And I say, "Diesel fitter." You get it? That's what's up. I say diesel fitter, and they fitter really good. Anyway, you guys got to see my my stupid post. When I was down in the desert for a couple weeks, my family runs a water delivery business. How hard is it to sell water in the desert, right? Anyway, we're down there, and I was getting bored one morning. I was checking all the engine fluids, and my son, you know, he's one of those millennial types. He says, "You know, the proper term is not tranny fluid, right, Dad? It's gender fluid." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, you can't call it tranny fluid anymore." I said, "Oh, so what do you got to figure out if your truck is a Kenworth or if it's a Ford or if it's a GM or a Peterbilt?" That's right. How's your Peterbilt? So Gender fluid. That's what goes in the truck engine. It's not tranny fluid anymore. It's gender fluid. Okay, there's a guy in chat. I know Mike doesn't look at chat much, but he says, I was in the 1st Airborne. Okay. Boston 88. Right on. What? Me? You can see me dating Cardi B. So now we're going to talk chat for a minute. POS thinks that I could date Cardi B. Not my style, bro. Not my style at all. I like the dumb blondes. The young and dumb and full of sweat. What, Manny?
I like Taylor Swift.
Yeah. Hey, Mike is back. He's got a hot cup of tea. We called that motherfucker out, but when someone's going to say they're in the military and they're not, I'm going to come run into the defense of the United States military. Hoorah! Semper Fi! Ding ding! Air power! Yeah! Anyway.
I did too.
Yeah, Mike always does. Hell
Not
yeah.
the military,
from the
but
Congress,
the troops.
right? The troops in general, just making
Not
sure
the
that
military,
because they're pawns and shills of the government, right?
Well, they're not pawns and shit.
I mean,
but they're good.
They're
people.
used. A lot of them are used unnecessarily. I think Brandon's going to call back. He jumped on for a minute and he goes, "I got to go back and watch what that guy was saying." He's trying to see if he is legit. I'm calling him out as a fraud because he came in from an anonymous phone number.
Well, it's like you said. If you don't know who Pat Tillman is,
How do you know that phone number, man?
Well, you got a real phone number, but I knew it was you when I saw the 212 number come through. What's up from the 212? Yeah. Hey.
I mean, I have several phone numbers. And,
right.
So one of those like one from IPI.
Sir Mix-a-Lot is going to be playing pretty soon. He likes big butts and he cannot lie. What's up with the 212? All right. Hey, I got to get out of this place. I actually got to fly down to Phoenix tomorrow, man. Going back to the desert for another week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, hot weather down there. Like I said, my family runs a water delivery business down there. They're getting real close to a successful sale to their competitor. And unfortunately, my stepdad busted his leg. You know what they say when you fall in your own driveway, right? It's your own asphalt. Dad jokes. Hey, did you know? I'll tell you something else. Hey, Manny, do you know what your girlfriend has in common with a bowl of spaghetti?
What do you think?
They both wiggle when you eat them. I got another one. Did you know why it's good to have a deaf gynecologist? They know how to read lips. Oh, God, I'm here all night, guys. I got to go. Just remember, Mox News is taking your donations. All right, guys. Hey, I'm going to bring Mike back on camera, but I had to get in there because that guy faking to be part of the military pissed me off.
All right. What's up, Manny?
Well.
Oh, my God. Where'd all my viewers go?
I was going to say that the last caller was a little bit of a bitch. I mean, made confrontational, and she doesn't even provide anything of value to not your conversation.
Well, it obviously he wasn't paying attention to the things that I do say, because I don't knock the troops. I don't knock the American people. You know, I talk about them being good people, and that the government has you know, treated them badly, poorly. So, and that's what I'm mainly concerned about when it comes to the troop. No, I don't like the Pentagon. The Pentagon's full of shit, just like the rest of our government. So yeah, and our troops, our servicemen, our men and women in uniform, not the cops, deserve better than this fucking bullshit leadership, you know? You can't send people in to risk their lives based on a bunch of fucking bullshit. That's all I'm saying.
Everyone knows. Well, guess what? It looks like firefighters is actually going to win the Alaska primary.
Oh yeah, she'll be out, dude.
So do you think she's going to speak at the House?
I don't know.
How can you know, boss? You're the news guy. You're the one that is glued to the news every single time.
I don't know what you said. I don't know what it is you said. That's why I don't know.
Anyway, just going to say hi, Mark.
It's always good to hear from you, Manny.
All All right, take it easy.
Okay, talk to you later. All right, so, and now to this other person that Craig was talking to after I stopped talking to him. I stopped talking to him because Craig obviously wanted to talk to him, and as Craig said, he's the producer of the show, and I really would have liked it if he wanted to come out and talk to a lot more callers. In fact, I'm thinking that he should probably, instead of doing a news clip break, which at least, you know, some of the time Craig should come and do, you know, fill in while I'm making a cup of tea. Oh, by the way, Rufus took a big shit, and I picked that up too, so finger licking good. I kill me. I believe that women should be put on a pedestal just high enough to look up their dresses. I want, you know, I want it to be made clear is that I don't believe that I am vilifying the troops or talking negatively about the troops at all. Like I said, I think that they're, you know, good people that are being fucked over by a really shitty government. And I don't know how the rest of the people in our country can't see that, you know. And obviously that person hasn't listened to what I say at all. And like Craig said, if you don't know who Pat Tillman is, and you were in the military and your son's in the military and served in Afghanistan, and you don't know who Pat Tillman is, I'm not saying it's impossible for you to have served. And I'm not calling that guy names. I didn't call him a liar. I didn't call him a piece of shit. I didn't call him anything. I called him sir. So we're clear on how that conversation went with me. Okay, I did not. I kept asking him, in fact, what it was that he was saying. You know, this. What is it you mean by this? What is it? Because I wanted to understand so that I could respond to him properly. Unfortunately, every time I would try to respond, he would talk over me, and it became impossible for me to make any point. So, but as Craig said, if you don't know who Pat Tillman is, it's most likely that you didn't serve in Afghanistan. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. Pat Tillman was poster boy for the U.S. Military. Big time, as big as poster boys get. All right, so I'm going to play a video because we don't have any callers. I would love to have a caller. The telephone number is up there on the screen, 805-669-6397, 805-MOX News. I'm going to play a video. Oh, you know what? The caller before the upset veteran person. Again, I'm not trying to mock him, but the caller before that was mentioning Stacey Abrams, and when you mention Stacey Abrams, the first thing that comes to mind is
I'm going to show you my invisible mask.
Very serious.
This is my invisible mask for Stacey Abrams. Ready? I'm going to put it on. It's on. It's great. All right, Carol.
Oh, gosh.
Last word here. Okay, I'm going to show you my invisible mask.
Very serious.
This is my invisible mask for Stacey Abrams. Ready? I'm going to put it on. It's on. It's great. All right, Carol.
Oh, gosh.
Last word here.
I love how she does that at the end. Stacey Abrams. It had something to do with being masked and all that crap. But when you mention Stacey Abrams, that's where my mind goes to. I think that all of these people are just like clown characters. You know, Alex Jones. I remember him getting dressed up in clown makeup. All these people, all these talking heads in the news, all these politicians, just every day they look like they're wearing more and more makeup, and I know Don Lemon is, and it just becomes to look more and more like like some kind of clown show, you know? And I actually am somewhat concerned that I may one day look at the screen that has the talking heads, the mainstream media, prostitutes up there talking, and I may actually see them all in clown makeup, and then tune into the the Congress and see all the people in clown makeup and be like, not know if it's really happening or not. That's the way that I see these people. That's how bad it is right now. And what really blows my mind is that somehow these evil people are convincing other people that the evil people are your neighbors. Oh, you support Donald Trump? You're fucking evil. Now, Donald Trump may or may not be evil. Donald Trump is evil. But that doesn't mean that your neighbor who has chosen a political choice is evil, right? Basically what it means is that your neighbor is doing their civic duty by going out and voting for the government that they see best fit to run this country. They're not evil. They're good people, right? And and somehow we bought into, oh, you're one of those. You know, you're against me. I'm not against you. I'm for freedom. I want you to be able to do and say the things that you want. I want your families to be able to make the things happen in the world that they can make happen in the world. This is the problem, is that there's so many people that have so many abilities to do so many amazing things in the world, and it's beat down out of them. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mox, I want to let you know that 2 Bronze Star Brandon got 2 Bronze Stars so that you can grow a beard and smoke weed all day, okay?
Well, thank you very much, sir. That was very kind of you.
Yeah, well, you know, the other guy was trying to shit on you. But anyway, there's a lot of people, Mox, that, you know, so many people, like, when they do, we all volunteer for civil service, right? Let's be honest. Those, and civil servants really are nurses, doctors. You ain't got to work for the government to really be a civil servant. You know, you can be a trash person, right? And you're still a civil servant because you're dealing with everybody else's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
And you're not really getting fucking paid for it, right? Let's be honest. No civil service job you're getting fucking paid for, legitimately. But
what about members of Congress? What about members of Congress?
Well, again, they applied, but they got elected. So it's not like they said, this is what I want to do when they got the job. They had to go get elected. That's different. Okay, they're like meaning someone's volunteering to be from a trash man to a district attorney, which they got to get elected for, or to a soldier, sailor, airman, marine, coastie, or whatever, right? So like when the other gentleman was calling in talking about, you know, his family served in the military, so did mine. Yeah, some got drafted and got forced into it, you know. But those threats were very serious then. That's the reason why it was so important.
Which wars was it that were serious, important wars?
I would say World War I and World War II, not Vietnam. Them guys in Vietnam, you know, the government knocked on the door and took those kids away.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Which was absolutely wrong, dude. Every time I see a fucking vet in that Vietnam era, because some, you know, joined and some got drafted. It is like the shit I tell them. I'm like, dude, like, y'all, you know, like y'all got took away from everything.
Yeah.
You know, your hometown, your family. They got really fucking screwed.
Yeah.
You know, and it's the shit like that because it was bigger pictures without the other wars. That was just, to be honest, just. Political. France was involved. The Vietnam War.
Military, as all military industrial complex. Profiting.
Yeah, and then after we left Vietnam, Russia seen all of our shit.
Yeah.
So they went to Afghanistan and showed off their shit. And you know, and I've always been that fucking way. But what I'm getting at is that what me and a lot of my friends who, like myself, did 20 plus years in the military, is that we don't get out and we're not fucking mad. Because it was a career for us. You know, like some kids have good intentions, Mark, like all good people do, to try to do a good job wherever their first jobs are at 18 or 19 years old whenever you leave for the military, typically, right?
Right.
And they got all this stuff, like, this is what it's going to teach you. I'm going to learn how to catch bullets with my teeth, or I'm going to be able to do this. And then when they get there, they realize that what they want to do, they have to do it. They have to go through all the physical stuff, and they learn about themselves, and they learn they're not really about that life, but 90% of them can maintain it, but only for a short time, and typically that's their like fucking first enlistment. Like at least 60 or 70% doesn't re-enlist after the first 4 or 6 years, well, whatever their first contract is.
Yeah.
It's something like that. You know, because they miss home, their girls, whatever. Like, it's a different culture shock. They have to go live overseas for years, be on a ship, or whatever. Stationed in North Dakota. You know, and they're like,
I can't stand being around all these dudes. I can't stand. I need the fucking chicks in my life, man. Fuck.
Well, there's always chicks by them, okay? You know, but what I'm getting at is they signed up for something and then they realized they wasn't about that life, but they did a good job, and that's what they feel proud of. So when the gentleman talk about like his son going to Afghanistan, been there, done that, you know, blah 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 blah, no one's knocking that. It's just that you gotta be able to smell bullshit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And whenever you go off on your rants about the military-industrial complex, you're not insulting me. You know, because of the military-industrial complex, I have a very good pension. You know.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that, Brandon. I'm glad you earned it.
And I have like we took my daughter to the emergency room this weekend. She was sick, right?
Yeah.
And again, most people in the emergency room, late at night, it's the yahoos that show up with no insurance or whatever. But after my wife explained to her, hey, look, we're military. Oh, no, she put Jennifer front of the line, took her straight back, boom, boom, bam. Instead of waiting 6 hours in the emergency room, because all those people got, like, no fucking health insurance.
Yeah.
Or either they got some state insurance where, you know, and again, it's all about your insurance companies and stuff. So, dude, I fucking love it. But at the end of the day, I did that work. Now, some people did 4 or 5 years, and every time I meet people like that, Moxie, I always say I should have stayed in.
Really?
I should have stayed in. Very few people do I meet say, I'm glad I got out.
Correct.
Very few. I'm talking about my era from Desert Storm started. Like most of my sergeants were in Desert Storm.
Wow.
Right? And so when I meet those guys, that era of the Desert Storm people that just did their time and got out, my sergeant stayed in and they all retired, and they all told me, man, do this 20, boom, boom, bam, right?
Yeah.
And when I bump into those Desert Storm guys and they got out, they all said, man, I sure wish I would have stayed in. And I'm talking about plumbers, electricians, because, you know, a lot of small businesses around here are veteran owned. So you bump into these guys. You know, it's like one veteran has got like 2 or 3 vans, you know, family running.
Yeah.
It's him. He's the older guy. And he's like, man, I sure wish I would stay in. Because of just the benefits. You know, not that they're successful. They're successful, you know, but it's just the benefits, and I wouldn't even have to do what the fuck I got to do now to get by, you know, if I would have just stayed in. So a lot of the angry people are the people who just do their time and they get out and they realize that I can speak for the Army. The Army wasn't what they thought it was. It's like a bad breakup. But it shouldn't be a bad breakup, because once you get out the military, Mox, you're going to go to the VA hospital and you're going to do a VA claim. and you're going to get a paycheck and get health care for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
A lot of veterans don't do that because for some reason it's your fault why I'm sad, and you want to blame the military for it. Nah, you go make the best out of it wherever you're stationed at. You know, and some people, you know, got to get out of your comfort zone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I talked to my friend today that is kin to Liz Cheney. She lives in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, which she lost tonight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we weren't able to talk about his cousin, you know, because he was going to Montana, taking his son back to college. But I think that shit right there is so hilarious.
Liz Cheney?
Well, just how that whole situation went down. Like I heard her speech tonight, and she was like, when she was elected, she won by like 75% of the vote, whatever, right?
Yeah.
You know, whatever the state, and you know, and it's just, what do people really expect out of their government? Because this doesn't make no sense, Mom. You know what I'm saying? You know, they don't really expect nothing out of government just as long as whoever their champion is the president, it seems like.
Well, I think
nobody's fucking doing a job.
Yeah.
If you think about it, this last bill that just passed, all the Republicans said no on it.
Yeah.
You know, so but they're going to benefit from the money.
For sure.
So that makes me mad. I'm like, well, fuck it. If you can't get at least 25% of them to vote for it, then why pass the fucking bill so their people benefit from it? Why? You know, I mean, because their people need the shit anyway. It's just so ass backwards, and it's really about, honestly, this shit is like fucking WWE rap.
Yeah.
You know, it's or it's fucking the Monday Night Wars with Nitro and fucking SmackDown or whatever, or Raw or whatever. You
right.
know, it's so ridiculous to me that these professional, college-educated people cannot write a bill or pass something to where the American people are going to benefit, but they're too scared because of who has the big signature on the bottom of the contract, like John Hancock. You know, you see what I'm saying? Who signed the Declaration of Independence, but he's known for it because he's like the last he signed at the bottom real big. So, you know, it's so ridiculous, man. And all it does is fuck everybody up. It fucks everybody, bro. Everybody.
You ask what people expect from the government, you know, or their local politicians or whatever. And I don't think, like you said, I don't think they have very high expectations, but I think that they, for whatever reason, expect them to listen to them, you know, at least a little bit. And I think that's where Cheney fucked up, you know, is that the people in Wyoming were like, you know, this is how we feel about this. And that's who she's supposed to be representing. One of the things I hate seeing in Congress is seeing a member up there saying, well, the people I represent want me to vote this way, but I have to go with my feelings, you know, do what I think is right, you know, and it's this thing where, you know, that's not why you were put there. You weren't put there to do what you think is right. You were put there to do what your constituency is telling you to do. Represent them.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, soon as there's a district that wants their congressman or congresswoman to support child pornography because her constituents want it, then we'll see how far the constituents go. At the end of the day,
we've already seen how far they go.
Yeah. Okay. So if you know, I was looking up some stuff about GDP, Mark. And the state of Mississippi, for every dollar the state of Mississippi at the end of the year when it pays its federal taxes, right? For every dollar Mississippi gives the federal government, they get $2.17 back.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what I'm saying? Which total tells me Mississippi's fucked up. They ain't making no money. Other tax people are supporting everybody in Mississippi.
yeah. Well, that's it's similar. Look, the that's the way food stamps work, right? When you give people money for food, they go out and they spend that money, and that money creates jobs and all kinds of other things, right? That wouldn't exist if it wasn't being spent by people who need, at this level. So, and what they say is what they say is for every dollar of food stamps that goes out into the community, they get like $1.90 back in resources and such. So go ahead.
That's not what I was saying.
Yeah, no, I understand I get what you're saying. Go ahead. Explain it again.
Yeah, what I was implying was that the state can't make enough money to support themselves.
Yeah.
So therefore, they score dead last in education. So they're not even raising smart people. The school system sucks. So therefore, they have people who are not smart. So why would a company go to Mississippi and invest in anything in it when all the citizens of the state and the school system sucks? Meaning no major corporations will even invest in Mississippi to go down there. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like they have Mississippi has created a monster to where, and Mob, this is what's crazy about it. They have the highest African American population out of all other states. It's like almost 40% is black in the state, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, so you score dead last in everything. Why don't you educate this high population of citizens you have to get them trained up to be good work, be educated workers or whatever, and then you can create a whole new middle class and maybe companies that move to Mississippi and build businesses and infrastructure down there. But the entire state, for every dollar they give, get $2.17 back. And what's scary is New Jersey, of course, got more people in it, if I'm not mistaken. And for every dollar that New Jersey gives, New Jersey gets $1 and 20-something cents back or something like that. It's something, So you would think New Jersey would be more grimy or more fucked up, but Mississippi's fucking ass backwards, man.
Yeah. Well, I want people who need help to get help, okay? That being said...
That's government, though. That's Mississippi government's fault.
Well, that's partially...
They didn't govern it right. They
didn't
govern it right.
Right.
Period. So they asked for that shit.
Are you for sure that there's no companies moving to Mississippi? Like, it seems like...
All I know is
that
for every dollar that Mississippi gets the federal government and federal taxes, right? That the federal government turns around and gives them like $2 and I believe it's 17 cents. It could be more. So really, all the other taxpayers in the United States outside of Mississippi is supporting fucking Mississippi.
And
so when everyone's bitching where their tax dollars go to the fucking bottom feeder, fucking Mississippi.
Okay, so that bothers you.
I'm telling you the truth.
That bothers you.
It bothers me.
Okay.
Yeah,
but what about the hundreds of billions of dollars going to the Ukraine? Does it bother you on the same level, or is one worse than the other?
Well, that's because those checks don't go to Ukraine. They go to American companies that sends them shit. So those are American workers who are getting paid. Like Alabama is where they're making the fucking the javelins at.
Yeah.
So those people in Alabama are getting paid. from those contracts. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
It's a misconception where Joe Biden or Donald Trump or whoever signs a check and say, hey, whatever president, here's your check that we give you to go, and you go buy that wheat now and you feed your people. That shit don't work that way. That shit comes from Nebraska. Okay? And it gets shipped over there. No. That money goes to an American farmer. That's how that works. That's the military-industrial complex.
Yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying, and I agree. That is how that works. And
we're not providing pensions for firefighters in Ukraine or dental plans for their kids when they show up, to put a fire out whenever a Russian missile hits or whatever.
No.
We're not providing none of that.
Yeah.
And a matter of fact, they've already, I forget what form it's called. It's actual, I'm about to get back with you on this, Mox, but they signed the same type of commitment that Britain did when we signed the commitment with them for World War II. And Britain pretty much paid us back, I think by 2020 is when they finally paid us back for World War II.
I wanted to ask you about World War II since you brought it back to there. You were saying that the wars, World War I and World War II, made sense that the United States took part in them. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I want to understand why it makes sense, because it seems to me that being the United States, we have this, separation buffer zone where there's really not a whole lot of being attacked that we have to worry about it. So I'm trying to understand how it's worth our blood and treasure to go into these conflicts that are really don't have anything to do with us.
Okay. Well, this is the best. I can only see this one. I might have said this before on your show. There's three things that make a country: same language, same religion, same enemy. The United States does not have that. So therefore, to me personally, it's not a country. We are the United States, and each state is itself a country with a governor, with a national guard, pretty much like a president's role, right, in his own government.
Yeah.
The federal government's responsibility is to protect the United States. So therefore, you have taxes, and the federal government has rules and regulations. Therefore, other states don't sit on other states. Like you don't want one state above another state dumping chemicals in the Mississippi and it pours through their state. So the federal government's role is rules and regulations and to keep the bond of the United States together. And that's what in Europe they was trying to do that with the EU, because they had all those other countries who had fought all these fucking years, and all they do is fucking with money. So America is all about capitalism. Okay, those other countries they care about their religion, their language, and their fucking enemy. We don't have those problems. So when someone starts fucking the money up, that's really when we step in. You see what I'm saying? Because we have the best neighbors ever. We have the Mexicans and we got the Canadians. You can't get better neighbors than that. And everybody else, good luck trying to get here. You know what I'm saying?
That is exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Exactly, yeah. But at the same time, capitalism is to where you can make money, as much money as you can and as you want, doing what you do being a YouTuber, right? Social media guy. The federal, no one's really messing with you. If you pop, you pop. Whatever. I don't know how that shit works, right?
Uh-huh.
But I enjoy it when I watch all of my YouTube my favorite, shows I like to watch. But see, in certain places you can't do that.
Yeah.
So everybody has freedom to make as much fucking money as they want. And we even create laws so you never pay fucking taxes. So you can make as much money as you want, put more money in the system. That's how we are, right? That's how our government works. It's kind of fucked up. I think we should start scaling back, at least pay our debt. You know, or at least don't overspend what we spend, but it's just got out of control now. So that's the reason why we get involved, Mark, is to just spread the wealth so everyone can develop. So everyone's getting a piece of the pie, and not one country is just sitting there just getting angrier and angrier and angrier that one day they fucking blow up. You know, and that's not good for nobody. That's what we're trying to do. But everybody wants to control personally. We don't really want to control personally. I mean, we do when it comes to don't fuck our money up. That's us. Don't fuck our money up. You know, we're like the ones who's a pimp. We're like, don't fuck your money up. You know, unfortunately, that's life.
But still, I'm trying to understand how, you know, World War I and World War II, like, understanding that they really aren't going to touch us. You know what I mean? We're not involved, and we don't have to be.
But then that means anytime you want to deal with trade, you have to go through Germany. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Don't fuck my money. If I got a good deal to get wine in France, Germany don't fuck my money up. And Germany was fucking everybody's money up on just trade.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Brandon, I got another caller. Is it okay if I take him?
All right, man.
It's good to hear from you.
Go ahead.
Thanks for calling.
You too. Take care.
Hello, caller.
Hey, Mox News. How are you?
I'm fine. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
What's on your mind?
Oh, what's on my mind? Well, that you had a caller earlier, and I thought that was very disrespectful with you. I've talked to you before. I'm Ziggy.
Hey, Ziggy.
And yeah, always good to talk to you, man.
Right on. Thanks very much.
I thought that was very disrespectful, and I thought that your producer was right. He had called out that guy about like where was the 101st airplane, you know, and then and the guy was just ridiculous, and you know, naming off a state is how it sounded. You know what I mean?
Craig's pretty good at calling bullshit.
Yeah, well, I served too. I was in Iraq, and I'm sure your producer is going to shake his head yes. Nineveh province, Iraq, and I really don't like people that are, you know, doing that stolen valor shit. So, you know, to that guy, if you can hear me, you know, Mox News really puts out some good shit, people, and you need not to, like, I feel that Mox News tries to decipher the differences between, you know, government and people. That's what I think. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the people of this country are good. The government, the media, they're about committing pure evil as far as I can tell.
Yeah, he was attacking you on thinking that you were jabbing at the troops.
Yeah.
I'm a troop. In no way, shape, or form have I ever thought that you were jabbing the troops, ever.
Yeah, I you know, it's really difficult to imagine what the soldiers go through. I mean, it's really difficult, not so much to imagine it as to understand it. And I think that to not give them credit, whether or they've been in the shit or not, you know, I mean, they just, you know, they went in there and they were, you know, there's no reason to not give them credit for doing, you know, service. So, and so many of my friends and relatives have always been, you know, veterans. So I just, it's automatic. And again, I don't disrespect the soldiers. I don't disrespect the U.S. citizens. I hate the government. I hate the military primarily because of the way they treat the U.S. citizens. In fact, entirely. And because of the way the military, the Pentagon, treats the soldiers. You know, it lies to them into wars as if they're fucking cannon fodder. I hate that. It's like you're saying the stolen valor thing. You know, that's there's an awful lot of people that leaves a bad taste in their mouth, man.
Right, exactly. Yep. And the thing is that, well, the guy had it wrong too. I mean, yeah, the 101st is like, there's some in Georgia, but it's Fort Benning is what he needs to be. You know, he needs to appropriate, and that's where I did my training. It's 11 Bravo, right?
Is that North Carolina? Fort Benning, North Carolina?
Fort Benning, yes. And that's what I was wanting to say to your producer, is that good job for calling that out.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I'm glad he jumped in that seat, man.
He should do it more often.
He should.
Yeah.
He should do like a co-host thing or something.
He's so busy, you know, but he helps out behind the scenes all the time, and when he can, he likes to be the call screener, so that way he gets to talk to everybody, you know.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Well, anyway, I just wanted to call in and let you know, man, you have my support, your producer's support, and good job for calling that idiot off. You know?
Yeah.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you off. I feel like you're rushing away. Go ahead and say whatever you like.
Oh no, I want to make room for other callers is all.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say, you know, hey man, we're all Americans, guys, and you know, we're doing right now, in my opinion, we are doing right now. I was on Sinjar Mountain in Iraq, okay? Times where, you know, you couldn't even get a helicopter up sometimes to give us chow, okay? And I want to say to the American people that are viewing you that, you know, this is called the United States of America. And sometimes, you know, with a caller like that, I don't think that we are united sometimes. And I think we need to do our own. We don't have to worry about government or anybody. We have to take it on ourselves to be united, right?
Yep.
And I mean, it was already written, you know. If we're not, basically, long story short, if ununited, we will fall. You know, united we stand.
Yeah.
So
it's people have to stop identifying as, you know, this or that. You know, whatever it is, Republicans, Democrats, and then a million other things. You know, it's not just a political thing. We have to identify as us. You can be you. You can be you. I want you more than anything to be you. I honestly do, from the bottom of my heart.
Exactly. And sorry to interrupt you, but like the thing is always like, you know, you take that U.S., you know, United States,
Yeah.
and you take the periods out, right? And it's us.
Us. That's who, and not D's, we're not R's, we're not whatever other fucking thing people attach to me or people attach to you as some kind of label is supposed to be who you are over in that segment of those people. It's wrong. That's not.
Absolutely.
We are us, and as long as we buy into this division thing, this government's going to be a scourge upon this planet.
It's already falling all over. I mean, even Mexico, the Mexican president has even, you know, declared a state of emergency and all this stuff. I mean, it's looking like everything is falling, and that's kind of crazy to me. It's kind of weird, and for me, and against that person who sounded like they were fake. I don't know if they were.
I agree.
But you know, that you know, quit going out there and, you know, why would you be a fake person? I just don't understand that. And your producer was right. The one mistake that we have always made is that you can go out and buy our uniforms. That's shitty to me. I hate that. I do not like that. It should be exclusive. It should be that you should be able to produce your, like he said, your VA card, your DD-214, member 4, whatever, and then that's whenever you should be able to purchase your own uniform, you know, or a new one, and things like that. I mean, we have to do that whenever we have to, like, say I lose my award. You know, if I lose my awards today, guess what? I have to contact somebody, and then I have to produce my member 14, DD-214, member 4. I'm sorry, and show proof somehow, my ID or the VA ID, whatever it shall be, and then that's when I get my, you know, my re-up on the on that award. So I don't understand people, and I never did. I never really understood that you can be a fake or a fraud. Like, I never understood that. Number one,
I think a lot of people are pushed that direction. I think it's very difficult for people to be themselves in this world. I think that the world is so judgmental, and that so many people are programmed to, instead of just like listen to people, they look for things automatically to pick them apart. So that, you know, so there's all this negativity in the world. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly right. I think that people, I don't know how to explain it. I think that some people are just so careless, or so maybe even worthless, to the fact of, I mean, I'm sure your producer has watched the Stolen Valor videos on YouTube, and it kills me. I'm like, dude, I was in Fob Marez in Iraq, and you know, we had guys die. So
right.
Who are you to be in the U.S. to, you know, go to your local charity and take on a uniform, and then go out and fake yourself, right? For charity. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't, if you have any morals at all, you won't do that, you know? It's just ridiculous. I mean, looking back, you know, I can look at all of the hours of training and crap that I've done, and then even I moved on, you know, I went into military contracting and stuff like that, and more hours of training. And then it's so funny, and I'm sure your producer can picture or can point it out too, whenever you see somebody and they're, even the smallest things we can point out. Your boots aren't even done right. You don't have the American flag on the right shoulder. You know, things like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Look, I think that there, you know, people, this whole Valor thing, you know, that was one of those things that caller was talking about. Not so much the Stolen Valor as, you know, these people deserve to be respected. And I'm telling you that I really don't try and disrespect the American people, let alone soldiers. You know, I mean,
I've never thought that about you at all.
So
no.
But I hear what you're saying though about, you know, they earned this and they earned respect. So because they put themselves on the line, regardless if it was, you know, if they never saw any action or not, you know. So it seems to me that it's there should be something about the Stolen Valor thing. I know that it bothers people forever. It's not something new. And there should be some kind of criminal kind of issue to it, probably.
You seem like the really cool dude, and that's kind of what drew me here. You kind of, and you know, I've been here for a while, you know, watching you, and I've called in many times. And you seem like the really cool guy that when I got back from Iraq, I have a neighbor, and that's what he likes to do. He likes to smoke pot, and he, like, chills out. He's real chill. He's cool as hell. And he's just like, you know, questions what happens with the government. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And, you know, we all do. You know, us as, you know, myself as an ex-veteran. Well, I guess you can say veteran. I guess I shouldn't put the X in there, but veteran.
Yeah.
You know, I question it. You know, I
gotta question the government. That's part of. That's part of being a proper citizen.
I don't know. I thought at the time, you know, when I went to Iraq, I thought at the time that it was something I needed to do, not only to fix myself, but also to help family, and then at the end of the day, country. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And then you hear all these rumors about, you know, like WMDs and things like that, and, you know, stuff, whatever. It just, I don't know. I felt secure about it. Like, I felt secure about it. I thought I did okay. And I don't think that I did great. I don't think I did poor. I think I did okay. And I think that's what, you know, my neighbor was about. You know, he's like, yeah, man, I appreciate you fucking serving.
Yeah.
But let's take a fucking bong hit.
Yeah.
You know? I'm like, okay,
yeah,
cool, let's do it. Let's drink too, you know?
Yeah, I know.
That kind of a thing.
I would have been, hey, I just made a batch of cookies. You want some cookies? I do that with most of my neighbors anyway. So not most of them, but you know, they move in and I'm like, hey, how you doing? My name's Mike. What's going on? Want some cookies? And then they're like, hey, can I give you some money? I'm like, no, I don't want no fucking money. And then later they're like, hey, you know, could we buy some cookies from you? Fuck no, I told you I don't want money. I'll make you some more cookies, okay? Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm really glad that you have a neighbor like that. It's just, I think it makes a difference in the neighborhood.
He's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool. And you know what? And to that caller, like my neighbor didn't serve, so what? You know, that was my calling. I felt that was my calling, and I served, and I don't regret it. Sometimes I do. Afterwards and during, you know, you lose a lot of good people that you met. And that's, you know, the worst. Now, I grew up in a state where you hunt and stuff like that. And so biblically, don't necessarily follow that really, but you kind of hope. I guess you kind of cling to biblical stuff. And biblically, it says that you're not, you know, accounted for in a wartime, you know. And so I don't regret things like that. You know, I have my Army Commendation Medal and stuff like that. And it's kind of funny, you know, whenever you come back out of it. Maybe your producer knows this, I don't know. But when you come out of it, then all of a sudden you have this award ceremony, which was odd to me. You know, I was like, an award ceremony, what the hell? And then they give you all these awards, you know, good conduct, commendation medal, all this stuff, and you don't even know what era, like what time was that, what was it? You know, for me, Iraq was a flash. It really was. Yeah. It was a flash. It was like I was in Iraq, honestly. You know, it was kind of like that. Yeah. But also, you know, time flies when you're getting older, too. So,
well,
you know,
it probably has to do a lot with adrenaline and all the action going on around you. You know, I mean, it's
not a lot. No, well, it wasn't a lot of action, though. I mean, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. No, it was sporadic.
Yeah. Well, I'm not just talking about gunfire so much as, you know, all this kind of. There must have been a lot of stuff going on around you. I might be wrong, but I would think.
Yeah, there was always something.
Yeah.
But, you know, Like maybe your producer or maybe people in the chat knows. I was on, like I said, a place called Forward Operating Base FOB, Merez. So I was right in Missoula, is where I was. So then we traveled, north in the Ninawa province to Sinjar Mountain. Supposedly, biblically, where when Satan fell from heaven, he landed there. So I guess I slept right to the next, I was about 100 feet away from the chapel.
Satan was most likely a female, so I mean, I don't want you calling him him and everything. You know how girls are. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know that, but I don't know if he's a female or she's a male. I don't. Think about today. He, she.
Yeah. Right.
What are you? But yeah, man, it was interesting, and it wasn't it wasn't all sand and crap like everybody says. There was trees and a lot of grass and stuff like that.
Yeah, I heard there's fleas that will eat your skin off.
No, we never had that.
Is that right? Huh?
No. We did see the what did they say? What was the rumor? It was they would fight these things. I can't remember. They would fight these little animals, and when we got there, we saw them. I can't remember what they were called, but yeah, they were really, really small. Like whatever the animal was. I can't remember. A monkey, some kind of a spider. I can't remember.
Oh, and they would attack, huh?
It was like it was like a little spider. But you could like, I can't remember. Ask your producer. I can't fucking remember what the hell that was called. Maybe ask your chat. Like sand spider. Or something.
I heard there's a lot of scorpions there too.
Scorpions. I only saw a few. We actually saw a porcupine.
Really?
And we
wow.
killed it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Never saw it before. I never saw a wild porcupine.
Right. I don't think I've ever seen one either in the wild.
Yeah, never saw it. And that was kind of cool. But like birds, I remember it was so dry and just desolate and whatever. And like birds would it was not uncommon for you to stand there and like a bird would just fall out of a tree, probably due to heat exhaustion. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And then you'd hear this light like poof, and then you'd look over and there's this bird with like no feathers hardly, and you'd be like, what? Fuck, man.
Yeah. Poor babies.
Yep. But I can let you go, man, and let your other callers call in, man.
Well, I don't have any other callers, but you're more than welcome to call anytime and take your time and speak your mind. I want you to know you're more than welcome to do that.
Dude, it's always been cool. Ever since I've, found your channel, like, you have been, like, the most open-minded person. That's another thing I would like that other caller to understand is that, this is, like, an open-minded channel. So, if that person is I don't know if that person was trolling or if that person was like taking it really, to heart or whatever. But if you are taking it to heart, man, don't take it to heart. Like I think Mox News is cool in the aspect of you like to pretty much like cover every area. Like you're unbiased is what I'm trying to say.
I'm here to have a discussion. And I don't need to approve the discussion. It's like with that caller that you're talking about. I kept asking him to explain what it is that he's saying. What do you mean by this? Because I want to understand and then have a discussion about it. I don't want to, I'm not automatically in the right, although I am. But, You know, I do want your input as to what's going on, regardless if I'm correct or not, so that we can have a discussion on it, and then kind of come to you know, an understanding, if not a like mind. You know.
Well, I mean, okay, so let me respond to that caller in this way. You know, I did serve. I served in 2009, 2010, OIF. Which would be Texas.
I don't mean, I got another caller, dude. I'm really sorry, but I want to, yeah.
No problem.
Okay, talk to you later. Thanks for calling. It's good to hear from you. Hello, caller. Hello.
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 How do you do?
Fine.
I want to turn down your guy there. Okay, how's it going tonight?
Fine. How about you?
Not too bad, thank you.
What's happening?
I just appreciate the conversation. I'd like to participate.
Well, you're more than welcome to do so. What is on your mind?
I'm thinking about relationships between people. Thinking about the media, and the absolute poison of the media, and what it's doing to the relationships between, you know, just well-meaning people in general. Yeah, I'm thinking about this incessant need to win, you know, and not just that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear you talk about that, because I don't think a lot of people see this obsessive need to win that you're talking about, and when you talk about the media, it seems like their main goal is to divide us as much as possible, you know. So it's kind of like just this irritating scratching nails on the chalkboard kind of thing, for me. So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. I really feel as though it's almost kind of set up that way, perhaps by the like the powers that be. It's sort of a part of the agenda, you know, which is super unfortunate. And I wish people would tune out.
Yeah.
You know? Like. Yeah.
Or come to a general understanding about how the government is evil and there's not a good side and a bad side, that's some kind of imaginary shit that we, you know, it comes back to this hope thing. If we didn't have hope for the Democrats or hope for the Republicans, then we'd know what the fuck to do, which is, you know, throw all the bums in prison and start again, you know. But unfortunately, these are the good guys, you know. They're at least I know they're trying to do what's right. Go ahead.
Yeah, by all means. I hope that at the origin, like of the nation, that was the mentality in general, and that was why it was like, you know, and obviously because of slavery, there's sort of an impurity about it, but the general consciousness of it, or the general philosophy of it, was correct.
Being what general philosophy is that?
Well, all men are created equal, and all men are free.
I think that all men equally deserve freedom, right? I don't know that they're all created equal necessarily, but I think that they all equally deserve freedom, and that it's a very teeny tiny weeny percentage of people that actually get freedom, you know, which is a detriment to all of us, not just the people that don't get freedom, because if we actually had a free society with free people, I just think it would be so much more beneficial. Like, so many good people would be inputting so many important things that we're not getting now, because they have us so divided and so held down, as opposed to being free to be able to go in any direction and make anything happen. It's like they're just limited to these narrow pathways to success, and if you step out of those pathways, you're a troublemaker, and we might have to put you in jail or something.
it's very low fidelity philosophy that's happening in the nation right now. Actually, I'm not even in the United States. I'm in Canada. I'm in like rural Canada here.
Lucky.
I don't know. It's the same things happening here. The media and the social, especially the social media. There's this very weird thing that's going on.
Yeah, but rural Canada's pretty. That's all I'm saying. Lucky.
Fair enough. Oh yeah, no, it's quite lovely up here. Yeah, the winters are I don't know where you are. You over in
Seattle?
A warm place.
Seattle.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, it's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's very like low fidelity philosophy that's happening in the world right now. The bits and bytes of social media, the anger that people feel, you know, at like when they're on there, and very bizarre thing that I noticed. A lot of my friends when I was coming up, like growing up, who were, you know, erstwhile like freedom-loving people, have taken the side of some very nefarious causes.
Yeah.
I don't like government causes.
Yeah.
People like we used to really abhor the government. You know, as you know, revolutionary teenagers or whatever, you know, and all that. But you know, as time goes by, it's been a very bizarre thing to see people, and I think it goes back to what we were saying. Like they need to win. They need to feel as though they're on the right team, or however. And I know I from what I've listened to already in the conversations tonight, it seems to be a pretty consistent theme. Is there's so much divisiveness, and it's really heartbreaking, actually.
Yeah.
There's no real great art being made right now. There's no real, you know, benevolent movements of architecture or philosophy or anything like that.
I think there is real art being made. I really do. I think that in a whole bunch of different ways. I think that it just doesn't it doesn't reach the mainstream media. Anything that you see in the mainstream media is more or less formalized, meaning, you know, if we do this and this and this, it's guaranteed to make this amount of money. We're guaranteed to have this amount of audience, you know, and so on and so forth. So I think that there is great work, art in the world. It's just really difficult to find it. You know, meaning there's great artists and they're creating amazing things, but the likeliness that it will come to our attention is extremely limited. That's the way I see it, as far as art in the world, you know. It's not like because great art, they say, is produced by angst, you know, by people suffering. So I think there's an awful lot of people filled with angst right now, and there must be. After I moved to Seattle, I just hung out with a lot of artists, right? And you can tell, you know, that there's this thing that you can feel. It's like right around the time of 9/11, and you can feel like there's change, right? There's this change in the wind, and I think that there's going to be a real kind of Renaissance artist movement where we see a whole lot of new amazing artists that is going to be eye-opening and make people feel things that they haven't felt before, coming up very soon. You know, this is the dawning of the age of... but that may just be coming back to this hope thing, you know. I can talk forever if that works for you. I think we lost our caller. All right. Thanks for calling. It was really good to hear from you. I think that you're spot on with a number of the things. I think that people being divided so meaningless. There's nothing in us being divided. There's nothing in identifying as this kind of an American or that kind of American. It's us. It's us against evil. And if they have us divided, Evil's gonna win. I have another video I'm going to play for you, and I will be back momentarily. Thanks so much for tuning in, and thanks to all the callers. Again, this is about having a discussion, and the more people involved in that discussion, the more complete the discussion will be, I believe. So I'll be right back. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's always better when you're here.
So pay attention, everyone. You might learn something. I know a lot of people here did. Tonight, Dr. Oz taking some heat for a video making the rounds on social media. You'll recall the TV doctor is now the Republican candidate in the Senate Senate in Pennsylvania. Oz made the video back in the spring highlighting rising inflation and blaming President Biden for it. Here it is.
Thought I'd do some grocery shopping. I'm at Wegner's, and my wife wants some vegetables for crudité, right? So here's a broccoli. That's $2. Not a ton of broccoli there. There's some asparagus. That's $4. Yep. And carrots. That's $4 more. That's $10 of vegetables there. And then we need some guacamole. That's $4 more. And she loves salsa. Yeah, there's salsa there. $6. Must be a shortage of salsa. Guys, that's $20 for crudité, and this doesn't include the tequila. I mean, that's outrageous. And we got Joe Biden to thank for this.
Oh, where do we begin? Oz's Democratic opponent, John Fetterman, mockingly tweeted in Pennsylvania, it's called a veggie tray, back with Tara Palmieri, Scott Jennings, and Charlie Dent. So many questions. You know, I lived in Pennsylvania, in Philly. You're from Pennsylvania, you know it. So is it crudité? Is it asparagus? Is tequila usually served with that?
Well, you know, I didn't even know what crudité was. I thought they were vegetable trays. I thought it was crudite. I had no idea there was such a term. But I think that was not very helpful to Dr. Oz's campaign. In fact, it's Wegmans and there's Redner's. They're two different stores. He kind of combined. Wegner's, yeah. But both are pretty popular chains. Yeah. But I you know, politically, I don't think it's going to have much damage. But he's fighting this issue of not being from the state, and so if you make a mistake about local stores, that's not helpful to your campaign.
Do you think he's really shopping? Do you think Dr. Oz shops, considering, I mean, look, it's okay for people to be wealthy, but you know, he's got a lot of dough.
He seemed to be shocked by the price of these things that I think have been the same price for many years. He also didn't have a shopping cart. He called it crudité. He's using French and Wagner's, Wegmans. I just don't, he didn't feel natural. That wasn't his habitat, I would say.
But there's a long history, as you said, about, you know, Bush, right, in the supermarket and, you know, not doing, look, what is this scanner thing, right? You have people who don't know what scanners are, didn't know at least.
The trouble with this video is that the Republican candidate here, and Republicans in general, want to make this race macro, right? They want to make it about Biden and inflation and things. And the Fetterman campaign is trying to make it all localized, as in you don't live here locally. And so even though this was made back in the spring, it just happens to dovetail very nicely with the Fetterman strategy right now. I think this race is going to tighten, by the way. I know there's been some polling showing it. I think we're going to have really close. I mean, he's the expert, but I think we're going to have really close races in Pennsylvania. Despite this video notwithstanding, I do think Oz is going to be competitive come the fall.
Yeah, let's put the polls up, Charlie, ask you about that. This is a poll. It's from the end of July. It shows that Oz is trailing, or was trailing Fetterman by 11 points. Why do you think he's not getting more traction? And can he do anything to change that?
Well, yeah, he just went through a very contentious primary where he had probably north of $20 million dumped on his head. So his negatives are quite high, not just among Democrats and independents, but even among some Republicans. But Republicans will probably come home. I agree with Scott. This race will tighten because right now people are really voting for red team or blue team in many cases. It's a lot less. Candidates still matter, but I would argue they matter a lot less than they used to because we moved to these parliamentary voting patterns, wave-style elections, where it's, you know, what team you're on. And so many Republicans are likely to forgive Dr. Oz for not being from the state.
Team veggie platter or team crudité? I'm sorry.
I was also going to say the other issue, but I've heard from a lot of Republican consultants, they feel like Oz is running a bit of a lazy man's campaign after a very exhausted primary. He went to Ireland on vacation for weeks. He went to Palm Beach. He hasn't been doing enough the grassroots retail.
I saw him at the Hamptons a couple of weeks ago.
Exactly. And that's a problem when you're still trying to get to know your state because you keep slipping up and filming videos from New Jersey, in your house in New Jersey.
He was at the Allentown Farmers Market. He's been getting around the state. I mean,
well, that's good, but he got a scolding from the NRSC because of it, and there was issues.
Because of what? Because
he wasn't doing enough retail politics on the ground. They expected him to really hustle, and he was coming off a very exhaustive primary.
And my suspicion is people like they know. I mean, they know this guy. I mean, he's been on their TV for so many years, and so if he does go out and campaign, my suspicion is people sort of are interested in walking up to him and saying hello because he's a bona fide celebrity.
They like photos and
Don, you get
autographs.
the same treatment when
Yeah, that's exactly.
Except I say veggie platter. I didn't know what crudité was until a couple years ago, right?
A couple minutes ago.
Some fancy friends. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you. Thanks so much.
Well, nobody's gotten to the bottom of 9/11, unfortunately, and they should have. Well, nobody's gotten to the bottom of 9/11, unfortunately, and they should have.
Trump won the election. Among the suspects' possessions, this is real, a white privilege card. I want you to take a look at this. It's a fake white privilege credit card. Subtitle, Trump's everything. The card holder, scot-free with 2 T's. Scot-free is actually spelled with 1 T, but, 2 T's on that card. That one piece of evidence, an insight into the man's state of mind, that he can get away with anything because of his skin color.
His lawyer saying this is...
What a twat. I didn't know what crudité was until just a few years ago. Really? We all believe you. These people are so full of shit. Oh my God. That was my last video. I actually have a couple more, but I'm not going to play them. So if you want to call, now's your chance to do it. The telephone number is up there on the screen. Everyone is welcome to call. The number is 805-669-6397. 805-669-6397, 805 Mox News. Feel free to call at any time. Now, this all comes back to the same thing, okay? The reason that Liz Cheney got beaten horribly in the Wyoming primary isn't because she comes from a political crime dynasty. Because they're good with that. They knew when they elected her in the first place that her father was a horrible war criminal, and they elected her anyways. And they didn't just elect her, they elected her election after election when she would vote for war, and they know that her father, if not her herself, is profiteering off of voting for war. They should know that voting for war means that our sons and daughters, our brothers and sisters, our fathers and mothers are being put into harm's way to make some fucking cunt like Rich Cheney, Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, all of them, all the cunt war profiteers, the sole purpose of putting those people at risk of murdering millions of people. 1 million innocent people in Iraq murdered. The whole reason is to make Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney more rich. Liz Cheney voted on that again and again. And and the voters in Wyoming knew this, which bothers me because what I'm saying is the reason she got voted out here was because the voters were telling her, no, we want you to back Donald Trump. And she didn't listen to her voters, whatever it was. So that kind of bothers me that, they kicked her out over Donald Trump, but they allowed her to war profiteer and, profiteer off the blood of our brothers and sisters in arms. It just really bothers me that the people of Wyoming, that's not the reason that they kick her out. It seems like that's the reason to get rid of all of these politicians. That's the reason why they all should go to prison. But because she spoke out against Donald Trump, which, she's a horrible, horrible, horrible human being. And I've been saying this long before Donald Trump ever came on the scene. Her being a horrible, 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 horrible scumbag piece of shit of a human being has pretty much nothing to do with Donald Trump. So the people of Wyoming have voted for a horrible, horrible, horrible scumbag piece of shit again and again and again. But when she didn't represent them, they fired her. What's up, Jay?
Jouer mardi. Jouer mardi.
Uh-huh.
And two?
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. You know how I feel about that question.
What? Mike, all I was saying was Happy Tuesday in French.
Oh, okay.
Jouer
Jouer
mardi.
Jouer. Learn French or die.
Mm-hmm. And mardi is Tuesday in French, and it means the planet Mars. Mars is, of course, the planet of war. So
Mars is the god of war.
That's right, god of war. Anyway, Mars, Tuesday, Jouer mardi. How was your Tuesday? Did you go out and walk the DOG today?
No, we're going to go as soon as we get done here. And we're going to take out the trash. We're going to brush teeth and blah, 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 blah.
It was a little warm today, actually. It was sunny and hot.
Yeah, that's the reason we haven't gone for a walk yet, because just the asphalt gets too hot. So.
Yeah. It is. It was really warm today. It's going to be very warm tomorrow and the next few days here in Western Washington. So, you know, it's normal. This is normal warm weather. A little warmer, but not much warmer. But this is the time of the year it's hot. So, par for the course.
How was your trek?
You know what? I got delayed. And I actually got all of my shit taken care of today, and tomorrow morning I have one more thing to do. So hopefully I'll be able to leave tomorrow. And I rerouted my plans. I had a windfall. I got a windfall, which I didn't expect. So I got all of my responsibilities taken care of right now, so I can go further than I wanted to go initially. So I think I'm going to go. I know.
I'm stretching. This chair is not comfortable at all.
Oh no. So anyway, the Hamahama River is where I'm going to go. It's on the Olympic Peninsula. It's probably a straight line from Seattle if you could fly like a crow. It's probably about 50 miles, but you have to take a ferry and drive and drive and drive. But anyway, that's the goal. So no, I didn't get a chance to go out and see the meteor shower or go to the woods. I got delayed, and anyway, that's life. World War I and World War II, and there's another one there too. It's called the Spanish-American War, which was fought in 1898. And starting with the Spanish-American War, that's essentially when America started interfering in other people's shit around the world.
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with borders. Nothing to do with fucking anything, except for they had conquered Spain, and that gave them the ability to occupy countries around the world, including the Philippines and Cuba and all the islands in the Caribbean and so on and so forth. So they straight up just occupied countries after the Spanish-American War. That's like America's entree into the world of like world politics.
Empire.
World War I, yeah. But like I said the other day, like in 1880 or something, the United States had the largest economy in the world. So we made more stuff. We were like the China of our day back in the day, in the 1880s. So we made shit for everyone in the world. Like, and people who lived in Europe bought our shit because it was cheap, and it was cheaper than their shit, and it worked. You know, just like we buy things from China. So in World War I, you know, that was a conflict between two different groups of bankers, basically, who wanted to control Europe. Kind of like now, two different groups of bankers who want to control Europe. And they spent all of this money on weapons in this arms race. Britain and Germany both
spent all this fucking money building up weapons, building up weapons, and then making these sketchy alliances about what could start a war and what couldn't start a war until the fucking war started. Now, America at the time was the largest wartime creditor for England, Britain, and France. There was a $4 billion to Britain, $2 billion to France, and $1 billion to Italy that we spent with our fucking war machine. So American bankers said, oh yeah, those people in Europe, they need weapons, Mike, real bad. Let's borrow some money and get them what they need, you know? And they ended up borrowing money from these banks. So America, by entering the war on the side of the Allies, you know, they profited. They fucking made shitloads of money. How about that for a reason why America does shit around the world? And in World War II, it's the same fucking deal, right? Americans were financing the Nazi war machine, like literally up until like 1942. Banks, factories, corporations, all financing Nazi Germany. At the same time, American munition companies are building up British armaments, building up weapons for Britain, building up the the island state of Britain with American weapons. They did both of them at the same exact time. And after World War II, the United States fucking occupied all of Western Europe for 75 goddamn years.
Yeah.
Get a fucking grip, people. The U.S. has 1,000 military bases around the world, and it literally has militarily occupied Germany, Italy, Britain, Norway, and all of the countries of Western Europe, Belgium, Holland, for over fucking 75 years of military occupation.
It's not just Western Europe either. You know, it's Poland and a whole bunch of Eastern Bloc countries too.
Now it is.
Yeah.
Now it is. Yeah. Now it's all the way to the gates of Russia. But I mean, initially, like after World War II, 1945, there were.
Well, you said 75 years, so I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I meant like since the end of World War II specifically. Like there were U.S. military bases in those countries, and they never went away. They stayed there forever. It influenced the politics of those countries. Also in Korea, it was the same exact thing. We kept troops in Korea since 1950. That's damn near 75 years we've had troops occupying South Korea, right? So, you know, why do we go to war? Are we good? Are we thinking about the best interest of people? We can make some money. Why don't we do it? It's a little bit more than that, right? It's a bit more than that. The goal, these people who run our country, they want to dominate the fucking world. That's their goal. That's their program. That's what they want. They're straight up. They're straight up about it.
A new American century.
Yeah, they don't mince words or anything, right? They're fucking serious. And it's the same with the neoliberal institutions, which used to be Democrats. People think neoliberals are Democrats. So in other words, like George Bush and his administration were neoconservatives because they used the military as a blunt instrument to get what they want, i.e. they beat the shit out of the Iraqi army and they fucking kicked ass and won. The neoconservatives, right? Mm-hmm. Neoliberals, on the other hand, what they do is they say, I'll loan you like $13 billion under these sketchy fucking terms, and if you don't agree to these terms, well, I'm going to take your railroad, I'm going to take your oil, I'm going to take everything that your country has, and it's mine now. That's how neoliberalism works. That's the bankers. That's their approach. Yeah. Together, neoconservatives and neoliberals work together as a team, and the goal is to control the planet. 1,000 military bases, domination of the global economy, determining what countries have resources and don't have resources. That's what empires do, right? That's what we're living through. So, World War I, why did we go into World War I? It's because we were a dominant power. We waited until the last year of the war. The war started in 1914, Mike. Yeah. We entered the war in 1917. 3 years after the war between Germany and Britain. We entered 3 years later. And then we left after like a year, right? Mm-hmm. And we had the fewest casualties, right? and imposed America. That's when the League of Nations was created by Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson is also the guy who did the Espionage Act. You know, like Trump is being charged with the Espionage Act.
Yeah.
Julian Assange is being charged with the Espionage Act. You know, Daniel Ellsberg was charged by violating the Espionage Act. That act, the Espionage Act, was created by Woodrow Wilson to arrest anti-war activists in 1917 when we started World War I.
Right.
So anybody who had anything to say about World War I and they spoke out about American imperialism and American warmongering and the fuckers who run our military, whether they have stripes on their shoulder or they wear a blue suit, fuck them. When anybody who said anything about those people, right, they were thrown in jail. And Eugene Debs ran for president in 1916 and 1920. And in 1920, he spent the election in jail. He was jailed for giving a speech in Ohio that was an anti-war speech. And it's interesting that they're using the Espionage Act against Donald Trump. It's going to blow up in their faces, you know. And it's really, it's, I mean, I don't know. It's
It should blow up in their faces. They deserve nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, it's a police state. So when the FBI and the national police can go through documents with really willy-nilly, with just some like federal little piece of paper, you know, without somebody checking that piece of paper, for somebody like a ex-president, I mean, I just want to know, like, why aren't they rifling through Barack Obama's papers in Massachusetts? Why aren't they rifling through Hillary Clinton's papers in upstate New York?
Or Dick Cheney's papers?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying right off the bat, the last two presidents, you know, Obama and Clinton and Bush even, like, why aren't we, like, rooting through their, like, closets? You know, they're in their home residences, taking their computers and finding what their connections are just based on some allegation.
Yeah.
Which is essentially what's going on. So what it means is that the Federal Bureau of Investigations, which has been politicized, it's always been politicized. Remember COINTELPRO from that was from 1955 until like 1970. It's called Counterintelligence Program of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and their whole program was to monitor and disrupt the lives of dissidents in the United States. They mostly focused on communists, but they also focused on African Americans who were fighting for civil rights in the South, you know, in the 60s. And then they broadened their efforts to anti-war activists, and then also inevitably they disrupted the Black Panthers, like Black revolutionary movements in the late 1970s or late 60s, right? So there's like a 20-year period of time where the FBI straight up had a program to infiltrate people who had political ideas, disrupt their activities, and incarcerate them. And you know, I mean, what the fuck? Like, that's not that far in our history. That's not that far along in our history, right? So it's obvious that the FBI is still doing whatever the fuck it wants to do. The remember the Mueller documents?
Yeah.
Right? That kind of showed they planned an investigation on specious evidence. All of this Russiagate that's been like fed by like anonymous sources and intelligence agencies to the media. You know, so
the governor Whitmer planned a kidnapping that was 100% FBI plot. We've seen this happen again and again with the false flag operations. And anytime you mention false flag, it's like, oh my God, you're one of those. We've seen this happen again and again. It is our government's history. Jesus.
So I don't really understand. Yeah, so the Democrats believe that by having Donald Trump's name in the newspaper or on the television set, that they can, or on the computer screen, that they can get leverage off of that, because they think so many people hate Donald Trump that by stringing his name along for fucking ever, like this has been going on since like 2016.
Right.
What is it? It's been 6 goddamn years. And every single day there's a new story about Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that, all to get political leverage for the Democrats. But I don't even see this strategy. I mean, I don't care. This is all bullshit, right? It's all a farce. But like,
it appears that would be true.
It's a bad strategy. Like, I'm not a Democrat, but that's a horrible strategy. And this is what's going to happen. And you can go to Real Clear Politics
right now and look at polls. What's going to happen is this. The Republicans are going to win the House. They're going to have a majority of about 10 or 15 seats. That's going to happen.
That's awfully big. That's awfully big. Go ahead.
They have a 50-50 chance of getting the Senate right now, more or less, right? And they're going to pick up some governor seats as well. So, and this thing about this congresswoman from Wyoming, I don't really care about this lady at all. I've never really spoken about it, but this is from a website that's out of Kansas. It's from like Dodge City, Kansas. It's a television station. It's ABC station. And this is what they said about Marjorie, Liz Cheney or whatever. It says, like Cheney, nearly every House Republican who supported Trump's second impeachment and ran for re-election this year faced a Trump-backed challenger. 3 of them lost their primaries. Representative Butler of Washington State failed to advance out of her top 2 primaries. Republican Joe Kent taking a spot on the general election ballot alongside a Democrat, and Representative Pete Meyer of Michigan lost to John Gibbs, and Representative Tom Rice of South Carolina lost to Russell Fry. So basically, 3 or 4 of these people lost their races to people who were running against incumbents, and they beat the incumbents. And these were all people who were critical of Donald Trump and who voted to impeach Donald Trump, right? And this just tells you that there's a backlash. And the backlash is going to propel Republicans into office in the next midterm. And it's also going to give momentum if Trump wants to run. A lot of people said one of the reasons why he's being investigated by the FBI and by this judge is that if the ruling goes against him, he'll never be able to run for federal office ever again. So there literally will be a legal barrier to him running for office. Assuming that doesn't happen and he runs for office, I just see this, he's going to have people in Congress who were recently elected. Obviously, Republicans don't trust the leadership, but they trust him for some fucking reason, which doesn't make any sense to me. But who are the Democrats going to run against him, Mike? Honestly, they're not going to run Joe Biden. They're not going to run Joe Biden. And at the moment, according to like Real Clear Politics, it's like Pete Buttigieg is like one of their top 2 or 3 choices at this point in time. I'm going to say the mayor of Illinois or the mayor of California will ultimately step forward. Somebody like that. Somebody who has a little stature. But at the moment, the best that they can come up with is the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. Right?
Maybe it'll be Jay Inslee.
Oh man. I doubt that. I don't think that's going to happen.
I think he's run before. I'm pretty sure he's run before.
He has. He's got such a big ego for having such a little dick in such an empty suit that he lives in.
Yeah.
Dude. He's not going to run for. He might. He thinks he. I don't know. He might have done that presidential run in 2016, or in 2020. No, 2016. No, 2020. Might have just done that to influence his election, he's a prominent national politician as he runs for governor. I don't really care. I don't like the person at all. I have never ever liked him. I've never voted for him. I just don't particularly care for him. But anyway, the point being about this Liz Cheney thing is it seems to be part of a broader pattern, is what I'm saying. It seems as though challengers in the Republican Party who were challenging incumbents who were not with the Trump bandwagon, so to speak, have lost, and they've lost, and that's kind of a wake-up call to people in the Republican Party about the direction that their party's going to go in. Now, does this make any fucking difference? No. I mean, this is all just petty politics between Republicans and Democrats. I mean, I understand that, right? But it is kind of where it's going. Is these people actually lost. They will not be in Congress, right?
Yeah, well, like you're saying, I don't think it matters all that much who is in Congress at this point. But to see the electorate become more and more frustrated and disillusioned, I think that is actually kind of is a positive. You know, it's unfortunate that you have to look at things that way, but the more disillusioned they become, the more frustrated, the more they see both parties as being the same, as I keep saying, the better hope we have for tomorrow, in my opinion.
Yeah. I wanted to just share 2 quick stories from StopTheDrugWar.org, which is, it chronicles the drug war in America. So just to leave on kind of a happier note, because I do believe in initiatives and referendums and direct democracy, and I believe that if we have more direct democracy and less representative democracy, that we would see a lot of change that we're not seeing because politicians are owned by lobbyists and they're owned by corporate interests. So when you poll people on these different issues, like, whatever, abortion or gun rights or about the drug war or about cannabis legalization, all of these different subjects, right, or euthanasia, for example, you'll find that, like, the numbers of what people actually believe is completely different than anything that the policymakers are actually going to do. So I believe in direct democracy, like having things that are just put on the ballot and say, are you going to vote for that or are you not going to vote for that? It doesn't have anything to do with the political party or with an individual politician. But what do you think about this idea? So, with that in mind, according to StopTheDrugWar.org, North Dakota becomes the 5th state to put a marijuana legalization initiative ballot this year. 5th state. Secretary of State's office announced Tuesday that a marijuana legalization initiative sponsored by New Approach North Dakota qualified for the November ballot. Similar measures have already qualified for the ballot in Arkansas, Maryland, Missouri, and South Dakota. So both South and North Dakota will have this on the ballot this election cycle. While an effort in Oklahoma awaits a signature count. The initiative would legalize marijuana for people over 21, would be able to purchase, possess, transport, and distribute up to an ounce and 500 milligrams of THC. There also is a home grow provision allowing up to 3 plants. The initiative also envisions a commercial sector licensed by the Department of Health and Human Services. So, there's 5 states that are going to have it on the ballot right now: Arkansas, Maryland, Missouri, South Dakota, and now North Dakota. So, it is, that all that means, Mike, is they will have the same rights that you and I have in Washington State, and that our friends in Massachusetts and California and other listeners in states with legalized cannabis will have. And I think that's a good thing.
I thought South Dakota already passed a law saying passed a vote saying to legalize cannabis, and then the governor refused to sign it.
That may be the case. It might have been South Dakota or North Dakota. There was a legal challenge.
Yeah.
And there also was a legal challenge to the initiative process itself. And I think in Kansas was another state where there was like they said, like, well, you can't have this initiative even though you have the signatures, because legally the way you phrased the initiative is too ambiguous or addresses 2 or 3 different laws, and you can only change one thing at once. So they basically used this weird legal language as a way to deny the ballot, the initiative from even going to the voters, which obviously is bullshit. Of course it is bullshit. So the other story from Stop the Drug War today is a poll, and this is from Texas, and of course Texas is the 2nd most populous state in the United States. Another Texas poll has majority support for marijuana legalization. A new poll from the Dallas Morning News and the University of Texas has support for marijuana legalization at 55%. Support is even higher for medical marijuana at 72%. Legalization has the support of 65% of Democrats, 63% of independents, but only 43% of Republicans. Recent state polls have consistently had majorities for legalization, but one poll released late last year had support even higher at 67%. Regardless of popular support, marijuana legalization has made no progress in the GOP-dominated state legislature. So that's a poll from Texas.
Because Texas is all about freedom, baby.
Just don't have a joint in your hand and you're free, man. Right? Yeah, right. Some freedom. Okay, last story from Stop the Drug War, and I guess this is a sad story, but California psychedelic decriminalization bill has died. State Senator Scott Wiener of San Francisco is walking away from a bill to decriminalize the possession of some psychedelics. Senate Bill 519, after it was amended in committee, deletes the language of decriminalizing psychedelics, quote, have now confirmed that the Senate bill decriminalizing possession and use of small quantities of certain psychedelic drugs was amended by the Assembly Appropriations Committee to remove the decriminalization aspect of the bill, Wiener said. SB 519 is limited to a study. While I'm extremely disappointed by the result, I'm looking to reintroducing the legislation next year and continuing to make the case that it's time to end the war on drugs. Psychedelic drugs, which are not addictive, have incredible promise when it comes to mental health and addiction treatment. We're not giving up, he said. So it looks like, at least for this year, they're not going to decriminalize drugs in California state legislature. And that state senator, Scott Wiener, was from San Francisco. But what's interesting about that is, the legislature in California is a Democrat. They have massive majorities, right?
Yeah.
In the House, the
right.
Senate, the governor, all of the government is run. It's a lot like Washington State in that respect. The whole fucking government is run, but even more so, is run by the Democrats. So they're the ones who are actually wagging their feet on decriminalizing psychedelic drugs in California. But the Republicans don't have any power, so the Democrat Party has power, and they choose not to use it. And I don't know how many people are prosecuted. I think it's a low-level crime, possession of these substances. I don't think that I don't know. There are vice squads, but I don't think it's as high of a priority as it was 25 or 35 years ago. But it should just be removed from it shouldn't even be part of a cop's arsenal. Can I throw this person in jail for 5 years because they have, a couple of mushroom caps in a little plastic bag? What a waste of fucking money and time.
Yeah. And people. I mean, you hurt so many people, with that. Imagine all the people that just had their lives fucked because they had a little bit of Mother Nature in their pocket.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm going to watch an episode of a TV show from 1963. It's have you ever watched Route 66 or Route 66?
Yes, I'm sure I did. It's a cop show, right?
No. It's a show about this guy. His name's Todd Stiles, and his dad owns a factory. But he gives Todd a Corvette, and then Todd's best friend gets in the Corvette with him, and they drive from town to town doing working man jobs, and then describing America and all of these different. It's kind of like the genesis of Scooby-Doo, really. I mean, really, it's a lot more original than Scooby-Doo. Same concept, right? Traveling vagabonds with their kind of different personalities, and then they fall into a mystery. You know this one?
Yeah.
66. Yeah. So anyway, the last show. This is a trivia from Independent Movie Database. It says this episode that I'm going to watch is called "I'm Here to Kill a King," and it's about an assassin who looks exactly like the guy who drives the Corvette. And the guys are in Niagara Falls working a working man job or something, and the assassin kidnaps. So it gets kind of like this, right? It's just television, right? It's bad TV. However, what's interesting about it is this episode about an assassin was going to be broadcast on November 29th, 1963. But because the storyline was coincidental to the assassination of John F. Kennedy on November 22nd, 1963, the CBS pulled the segment. And then the segment reappeared in syndication 2 or 3 years later, and it was never shown on TV. It didn't air during the original series because of its similarity to the recent Kennedy assassination. And I guess they say they broadcast it 4 months later. So I find that, I'm always interested in trivia like that. So I'll watch it. Route 66. 15 minutes of my life. you watch anything interesting this weekend? Television? Film?
I can't think of anything that I watched that was noteworthy. I think I'm watching less TV at the moment. Just kind of a momentary thing. I'm just kind of thinking about other stuff, I think. TV is being a distraction somewhat.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And anyway, I'll let you go. I'm doing fine, and I didn't get to go on any of my journeys or adventures, but I'm really trying to get out of here as quickly as possible, just because the reasons that I gave before. So I just enjoy myself when I'm not around stumbling over other people's egos.
Yeah, it's gonna be hot, so be careful.
Yeah, I will. All right. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the program, and I'll enjoy the rest of the program. I look forward to listening to the rest of the callers.
All right. It's always good to hear from you, Chris.
Yeah, take care, Mike.
Talk to you later. That's our buddy Chris from Olympia, who has an adventure plotted out for the next few days, going off into the wilderness of Washington, which there's some pretty serious wilderness out there. It is not for newbies. Newbies get lost out there all the time. Some of them never come back. Okay, so where were we? I have played the vast majority of my videos. I don't have an intention to play another video. Well, actually, there's one that I'll play. So I just, there was another caller. Was it Deborah? Was it Deborah who just called a minute ago while Chris was talking? Deborah, I'm going to give you a minute to call because I don't want to miss out on your phone call, if at all possible. But, I don't like to cut people off too short, and you called fairly quickly behind Chris. Is that Deborah? Look at that. Wow. Hello, caller.
Hey, how's it going, man?
All right, thanks for calling back. What's up?
Yeah, my name is Joseph, man. Listen, let me start off by saying I'm an African-American man. I'm over 50, over 60, and always voted Republican. My grandfather told me, my grandfather didn't really graduate from school, because our family, worked in the fields, and our family was sold to another family from Georgia to another family in Mississippi. And my grandfather didn't have a formal education, but everything he learned in the military. He lied and got in the military 17 years old.
Huh.
And he learned how to develop a part to a tank, and he got paid the rest of his life for that from the government.
Awesome.
TC patent.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And my grandfather always told us, he raised us to always vote Republicans.
Huh.
Republicans always looked out for Africans American in this country. And I voted for Donald Trump. I am a huge Second Amendment believer. I believe in the Second Amendment in this country. I believe in the U.S. Constitution.
Let me ask.
I say all that to say, first of all, that I'm just a little upset by some of the things that are going on in this country.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we got some idiots running the country for sure.
Horrible, evil people. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they're like the thing is, you got an old guy up there that's not running anything. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the fact. We all know he's not running anything. I don't know what they shoot the guy up with to get him up there to even stand behind the microphone. But half the time he don't know where he is or who he is, and I really think Jill is running the country instead of him. It's going to be an interesting week with her sick and away from him to see what goes on with that guy. But I am concerned, really concerned, about this latest attack on what people are saying about, law enforcement in this country. Like the FBI, these guys just do a job. I mean, that's like attacking, like if the mailman brings an eviction notice, I'm not going to beat the mailman up. Hey, he's just doing a job.
The FBI is not against Donald Trump. In this craziness that I hear people, I'm just a little concerned about some of the things I hear now. And you had a caller call in a while ago. He talked about the FBI and how they did all this dirty stuff to the Black Panthers. And people didn't give a crap about that then. They don't give a crap about that now. So all of a sudden, we're going to bring this up to attack the FBI and talk about how dirty it is. Nobody cared. Nobody cared back then. They don't care now. You know, nobody cared about what they were doing in these African American neighborhoods and infiltrating them. I mean, flooding them with drugs. I mean, so let's not act like people care so much about what the FBI did as far as dirt. There's been a lot of dirt done in this country.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
I just don't think people should forget the good that a lot of these people have done. I don't get what our party is right now, and this is my thing. Now, I told you, I voted for Trump in the last election, okay? That because I don't vote against my interests. And he stands for the things that I stand for. You know? You let Joe Biden and them, especially as an African American, I don't know how the hell you're a black man in this country and you vote for people who are willing to disarm you and tell you to depend on them to take care of you. That's crazy to me. So I can't vote Democrat. But the one thing I will not do is stand back and stand by and not listen to the evidence about whether or not there were espionage violations done in this country. I'm not saying it happened, but I'm saying we need to open our ears and listen and stop being sheep. I don't follow no damn body. You know what? I vote for, I ain't gonna lie to you. I vote for what I think is best for me.
Yeah,
and
good.
It's real selfish. It's real selfish, but it's what I do. And this is why I can't vote Democrat. Let me tell you, Obama, I'm a black man. I'm a brother. Obama he didn't do a damn thing for black people, okay?
I agree.
He didn't do anything. And I don't know why people sing his praises so much, but he didn't do a damn thing for us, man. Democrats had everything. They had the House, the Senate.
Yep.
They could have did whatever they wanted to do. Those are people with no guts, and those are people with no cojones.
Not just that, they don't care about our country. They don't care about the people of the United States. Forget the guts, forget the balls. They're evil doers. I'll
tell you, if you're gay, and if you're gay and you got, and let me tell you something else. It's crazy. If you don't have anything at all, if you're a non-working, just a leech on society, they will take so much care. They'll take better care of you than anybody else in this world. But if you're a hard-working person that's out there earning money and doing everything you can to take care of your family, hell, they don't care about you. They could care less about you. I know that for a fact because I had to get custody of one of my grandkids. These damn Democrats were still paying my son's mother, and I got the kid. I'm taking care of him. They wouldn't give me a damn dime or no kind of help because they said, "Oh, you're doing too good. You're working too hard." This is the kind of country we live in. But the one thing
it's the kind of government that we have. We live in a good country. We have a shit-ass government.
That's the absolute truth, man. Yeah. That's the absolute truth. But the one thing I say is we have to remember that we have to abide by the U.S. I still trust what the founders said about this country. I've traveled. Now, I went to Africa, man, in February. I travel every year. Me and my wife, we've traveled every year for the last maybe 15 years. We go everywhere. And we're going to this little island off the coast of Italy next year.
Awesome.
Me and my daughter.
Lucky.
Yeah. So we travel. But man, listen, we travel everywhere. This is the best country in the world, man. We got it good here.
Yeah.
And here we are at each other's throats and not willing to even listen to people. You know what, man? When I grew up, you know what they used to say? You do not discuss religion and politics in polite company. That was a rule. You just didn't do it. You don't talk about who you voted for. You don't talk about what your faith is and all that. I'm 61, but this was how I was raised. You just didn't do that. You don't talk about who the hell you voted for or what kind of church you go to. And that's because if you're in polite company, that's not a discussion you have. Because you don't bring the division and derision. Now you got family members. I got family members that hate me because, and my mother too. Let me tell you something. My mother, if something was to happen to Obama, you better go find my mother. And that black woman don't like him at all. And she, well, like I said, my grandfather's the one that told us all, growing up, to vote Republican, and we all believed what he said.
Yeah.
And so far, he's been right. And my mother, she is a flag-waving, Tea Party, a card-carrying Republican, and she's a black woman. And people, a lot of people these days, they get into all these contentious things around the dinner table with family because of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I just think it's crazy, man. I think we need to be careful about what's going on right now. We don't need to jump to conclusions because I still believe if somebody broke the law, they ought to pay the consequences. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's the president we got now. I don't care if it's President Trump. I don't care who did it before him. I don't care who might do it after him. The thing is, we got to listen, and we got to pay attention, and we got to stop being, all quick to jump down each other's throat and then start blaming everybody, especially we jumping on law enforcement.
Yeah.
I've always supported law enforcement. I just don't believe in just, the things that's going on now, people going, going at the FBI, it's hard. This is crazy to me.
Listen. You say, that there's laws and that if you break those laws, there's consequences, right? That's what you just said a minute ago. So
that's right.
So, how about if the FBI breaks those laws? Then there should be consequences and people should question how much they should respect them. If the FBI makes a plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan and then, explains the plot to these fucking morons and then, houses the morons and feeds the morons and arms them so they can go and pull off this fucking kidnapping.
You gotta remember this. It's not about how much we can hypothesize. It's about what you can prove. Now,
that's been proven. There's
been a lot of speculation on a lot of these things. It's just like with the election. I voted for Trump, okay? And I was pissed off. And I still don't understand how somebody can get more votes than anybody on the planet and lose an election. But the fact is that we took our case before Republican judges, people who Trump put in place. We went to 60 different courts, and they said they didn't find anything. People that worked for him said the same thing. People who worked right there with him. His own head of the DOJ and everybody else said, you know what? We lost. So I got to suck it up and say, you know what? Okay,
so
I lost this one.
So,
that's just it.
And when
I can speculate a lot of things. But you know what? It's not about what you can speculate and hypothesize. It's about what can you prove.
Okay.
And if you can't prove it in a court of law, and you haven't proved it, and all you can do is speculate about it, then we have to unite and say, look, it's time for us to get behind somebody and do better next time. We got to make sure these sons of bitches don't get back in there, man. We can't keep doing all this crazy stuff we're doing. And dividing the party. We gotta unite and say, hey, what can we do to win next time? We can't keep worrying about what happened in the past. If black folks worried about all the stuff that happened in the past, You know how much craziness and division and all the stuff that would be going on right now? We're stronger. We're stronger than you think, man. There are people right now in this country, I'm talking about African Americans, Mexicans, and all kind of colors, that don't like what's going on, don't like the things that these people are trying to push down our throats, but we're doing the best we can to divide everybody. This is stupid. We need to stop worrying about what happened back in the past. We need to start worrying about what's coming. Do we want to keep? Want to keep doing this going forward?
We need to worry about what's happening right now. If we can resolve what's happening right now, then it will benefit what's going to happen in the future. If we recognize that these people have zero interest in caring for the U.S. population and throwing them all in prison,
everything you say is true.
Yeah.
Everything you say is true. These people do not care about us, man.
Yeah.
But yet, that son's a bitch, they're sitting in the White House. Okay, so that tells you we have to get our act together, man. We can't keep talking about and worrying about stuff that happened back in 2016 or 2020.
Or 1812.
What's coming? We got to think about the future. Right now, this party is so divided, man. It's ridiculous. You got folks at each other's throat over small stuff. And it makes no sense, man. It makes no sense. If we want to change it, if we want to change, and we want to change for the better, we got to get our heads together, get our heads out our behinds. We got to unite. And we got to stop talking about what we going to do with a gun. I'm all for guns. I got plenty of guns over here. I got a damn gun safe that cost me $10,000. I got plenty of damn guns. But let me tell you something. It ain't about what I could do with these damn guns. What am I going to do with that damn ballot box? How am I going to get my folks out there and make sure they voting conservative values down the line? I go to church every Sunday. My daughter is a pastor of a church. I'm a minister. And I love this country. I've traveled the world, and I'm telling you, we got the best thing going. But we are going to ruin it and divide it by killing each other with this craziness. We got Republicans cutting each other's heads off. It makes absolutely no sense to me. I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't like this, you don't like that, you hate these people, you think they damn eat babies or whatever. Okay, I agree with you, but we got to get rid of them. And if we're going to get rid of them, we got to unite. We got to do it together. So I'm telling you, man, all the division in this party and the crazy stuff that people are doing, going against the police. Come on, man, going against the FBI and federal government. This is not helping. It's not helping. We need to start talking about what we're going to do to mobilize people to get to the ballot boxes and make that is always the way Americans have done it. We didn't make changes, all these other crazy ways. Now, other people from other countries came in and they tried to overtake us and do something. That's why we got these guns. We got these guns for a tyrannical government. We got these guns for a reason. Now, right now, that's not the way to do it. We need to get to that ballot box. We need to get there together. And let me tell you something, man. We'll win this election. Now, we got to keep our ears open and keep our heads out of our behinds. We got to listen. When people are talking, we have to listen. And if somebody broke the law, I don't care who it was, they did something wrong and all that, get them out the way. And let's get somebody young in here. Let's get somebody going in here that knows what they're doing and can really help us going forward in the future. Because I'm telling you, man, it's the worst thing. I can't say all the programming on TV. It's all about all the homosexuals and man, these people, man. These people we got in this country right now, and this old man that man up there, he's like, remember that Weekend at Bernie's movie? That's what we got going on right now. That damn man's not running anything, and we all know it.
Yeah.
But we're not going to remove him. I mean, trust me, the U.S. Army got a lot more weapons than we got. We're not going to remove him with firearms. If we want to remove him, we got to unite and go to that damn ballot box.
The U.S. Army, the Pentagon may or may not have more weapons than we do. But it's difficult for me to imagine U.S. soldiers firing on U.S. citizens. I know it's not that difficult to imagine, but it is difficult to imagine.
It might be hard for you to imagine, but let me tell you something. There's a lot of brothers and sisters that can tell you different in this country. It don't even have to be a U.S. soldier. It could be your damn local cop. They shoot brothers every damn day. Okay?
Yeah, well, so you just got done saying disrespecting the police is wrong, and now you're talking about how the evil that they do. Okay?
They shoot white folks too.
That's right. They're fucking evil, and you just got done telling me I can't disrespect the fucking piece of shit police.
I'm not disrespecting them. That's a fact. They shoot more white people than black.
I know. You're trying to maybe they don't deserve your respect. Maybe they don't deserve your respect. Okay? Maybe
that's not a disrespectful comment. That's a statement of a fact. There are more white people killed by police officers in this country than black folks. That might be a surprising statistic to some folks, but it's a fact. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't respect police officers, because there's a lot more good ones than bad ones.
No, there isn't. And I can tell you exactly why there isn't more good cops and there's bad cops. Because the so-called good cops protect every goddamn piece of shit bad cop without hesitation, which makes them bad cops too. Okay?
You might be right. You might be right about that. I mean, there is that thing. You know, people don't like to cross that thin blue line. I mean, and I understand that. But the thing, the point I'm making is, don't think that the military might not turn on citizens. I mean, there's people who think that won't happen. There are people who would beg to differ because of the point that you just made.
Yeah, no, okay? I'm not saying that it won't happen. I'm saying that in my mind, I like to believe that there's an awful lot of soldiers that would question that particular order. You know?
Yeah, there's two soldiers who would question it, but they're trained to carry out orders. They're soldiers.
Yeah, well,
you tell them what to do and they do it. That's what they're trained to do. They're trained to kill.
I hear you. I hear you. We see that again and again in theater. So, I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have a problem dropping a bomb on Hiroshima. So, I mean, they carried out orders and they killed hundreds of thousands. So you got to remember, they're soldiers. They do what they're told to do. That's what soldiers do. And my point is this, man. We have to be careful in this country, especially those who want to see change. If we want to see change, man, we got to really start getting together and talking about not even talking. We know how we need to change it, man. It doesn't have to be at the point of a gun or anything like that. It's mobilizing people, which they're better at than us, man. They're doing that better than us. All they're doing is getting a bunch of, whether it's illegal or legal, they're getting a bunch of damn people at the ballot box. We used to do that better than them.
Look, this us and them shit is not going to work. And it's exactly why we are where we are. It's not because the Democrats are in charge or it was so much better when the Republicans are in charge. It's because somehow you believe that the Republicans have your best interest at heart, which they do not any more than the Democrats have anyone else's best interest at heart. They're the fucking same, and they could give a shit about you or any other fucking working class person.
Well, let me ask you, what's your solution?
The people have to come together. Not the Republicans have to come together. The people have to stop acting like, oh, you're part of the problem because you support Donald Trump. No, the problem is that we don't come together, that we aren't working together to get a better government. And unless we work together to get a better government, not Republicans, not Democrats, a better government, we're never going to get one. And what we have right now is pure evil. And it's not like, oh, because the Republicans are a little bit better on my issues, doesn't mean that they're not pure evil. And if you throw your support behind pure evil, what does that do to you and your soul? You know?
Okay, so you make a good. I mean, I agree with you. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I said the same thing. I don't disagree with you. It's not like one is much better than the other. Okay, I do agree with that. But what are we talking about? The people need to start a new party, or
People need to look.
What choices do we have?
If we stop acting like we're against each other, this is number one big mistake where we're not going to overcome a fucking thing until we realize that the people, the working class of this country, are good. And really good. They're the backbone. If it wasn't for them, this country wouldn't exist. And recognize that there isn't a politician. The Democrats aren't on our side. The very best you can say about the Democrats is, well, at least they're better than those guys, which they're not. And if we just realize that, then maybe we could come together and get something better. Not vote for this party, libertarians, or that party, is come together and recognize that this two-party shit is killing our country. Is killing your children's futures. And
I'll be honest with you. I like the way you think.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the hell we do, man. I mean, I know we need to get together.
Well,
you're right.
if we could come together if we could look beyond our own little fucking petty fucking issues, which I'm not saying that your issue's petty. It's just that when you look at everybody else's issue and act like yours is the most important, then it's ridiculous. It's beyond petty. It's ridiculous. So if we can get beyond these little issues that we all have, to say this is what's more important, that we all come together. Because if we all come together, then we can resolve this issue. If we don't, the likeliness of it being resolved, whatever that issue is pretty much zero. Look how long it took them to get any fucking thing that people want, the legalization of cannabis. They're still debating that on the federal level.
Yeah,
this is important to people's lives. It was taken away from us by evil people so that they could become more rich, and it's just it's such a basic thing. And it's not the Republicans and it's not the Democrats. It's both of them working together to keep this thing that's so important and such amazing resource to our country away from us. It's not one or the other. It's both of them. And they're both hurting all of us.
You're right, man. I agree. Let me ask you this. What do you think about this idea that Christy Whitman, the female, used to be the governor of New Jersey, and Andrew Yang, they're talking about a whole other party.
Yeah.
And they're talking a lot like what you're saying about people who are the backbone of this country, hardworking.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to know, what's your opinion on that?
I think that I don't trust Christine Todd Whitman. She was
people in New Jersey don't either.
Yeah, no, she was revolving around that whole Bush Cheney fucking shit right after 9/11. So I have a problem with her. But Andrew Yang seems like a very interesting guy, and he has kind of innovative ideas, and I like that. I'm so tired of this fucking rut that it appears we're never going to get out of, and that the Democrats and Republicans, powers that be, the establishment, would be very happy to never get out of. So when you see somebody who's smart like Andrew Yang, and he's trying to come up with beneficial new ideas, I really like that. Christine Todd Whitman, I think, is just riding the coattails. I think I don't know why he would team up with her. It doesn't make any sense to me, but.
Hey, let me say this, man. You're a real bright guy, man. You make people stop and think, man, on this show. I really like that, man. I really hope you keep doing this, because you really got me thinking right now. I mean, what you said, and man, it was impactful when it was right. And it's what I thought. I've been thinking the same damn thing, man. and it has to be more people who feel that way. It's like, man, what we're being given, man, is really not good. It's like, you know, you're choosing the better of two evils.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like you're choosing shit or a little bit less shit. You know,
that's the absolute truth, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna keep listening to you because, shit, man, maybe you decide to do something and get out there and start.
No.
If you do, I'll get behind your ass, man.
No, I just want to bring people together, and I think that. I think that the idea of there's so many smart people out there. I don't know why we can't get one of them for president. You know, why do we have to have these fucking buffoons that stand up there and talk fucking bullshit, pablum for the masses, instead of getting, somebody who's really smart, who says, this is the way out of this problem, this is the way out of that problem. And it's not like anything that you've ever heard these fucking professional politicians say ever before. Where are those people? I don't get it,
Dude, I've been asking the same question.
Yeah.
Man. It's incredible, man, that we get these same people over and over, man. I don't understand it either when there's so many bright, intelligent, young people out there. I don't know how we wind up with the same thing over and over.
Criminals.
Listen, man, I've taken enough of your time, man. I really appreciate you taking my call. And I thank you, man, for giving me something to really think about, man. I'm going to keep listening to you, man. You had a good show.
Hey, it's good to hear from you. I hope you call back soon.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You guys know this all comes from the heart for me. I'm not. I think I'm pretty consistent on what I say. I don't know because I'm not very objective. For viewing me from an outside thing, I don't really second guess where I'm coming from. So, but I'm here to do the right thing. I'm here to open eyes. He says, you got me thinking. That's what Mox News has been about. It's not like, oh, look how cool I am. I'm so cool. Look at me. Listen to me. It's not that. That's why I want to have this discussion. Is so that we can bounce ideas back and forth off each other and come to kind of an understanding. Even if we're not on the same page, we kind of get where the other page that the person's standing on and why they're standing on that. I get the thing about, he was talking about disrespecting cops and disrespecting the FBI and such, and I get that. And I've talked about this a lot. It's that, I don't want to stand up here and talk shit about police. I don't want that. I don't think anyone wants that. What I think people want is police that they can believe in. Police that they can, with their whole heart and their whole mind, respect, because they know that those police officers are doing the right thing. They know that they're there to serve and protect. Those are the kinds of cops I want. Those are the kinds of feelings I want. But we don't have that. I don't want to disrespect cops. I want to go, hey, cops are what keep us safe. But we don't have that, and in fact, it seems like in an awful lot of situations, cops make things much more dangerous. Let's take the Uvalde school shooting, which is a horrible example, and I'm sorry for using it, but the Uvalde school shooting, all right? The cops, because of them, the situation was much more dangerous. If it wasn't for the cops, if the Uvalde city didn't have police officers, the parents of those children would have gone in and immediately put an end to this horrific event that was happening, while the police stood in the hallway for over an hour while little children were being murdered. If there was no police, that would have been put an end to. Nobody would have been standing in the fucking hallway for a fucking hour talking about what we should fucking do. Okay? There would have been a half a dozen motherfuckers who kicked open the goddamn classroom door and shot that piece of shit dead and pulled all those kids out of there and told them it's going to be okay. Come on. Let's go. It's going to be okay. Let's go. But instead, the fucking piece of shit police sat there in the hallway while children are being murdered, one after another, hearing their horrific screams, and did nothing. Okay? So, yes, I want to respect the police. I want police officers that I can respect. I want a judicial system that I hold in the highest regard, that I know isn't sending people to prison that don't deserve it. You know, I want that. I want cops to be, you know, these upstanding citizens in our community who make our community a better place. You know, and you know, I think the people of Uvalde, you know, the parents may really question about how much safer the police in their city made them and their children, you know. And that's who the cops are. We've seen this happen again and again. Cops standing outside, cops not doing anything while people are being hurt and murdered. And, you know, and then cops doing the hurting and the murder. Trayvon Martin, you know, on and on. Tamir Rice, right? Not Trayvon Martin. Tamir Rice. Tamir Rice, 12-year-old, playing in the park. Cops fucking drive their car, fucking haul ass up to him. He's a 12-year-old playing in the park. Less than 2 seconds after those cops opened their car doors and got out of their car, less than 2 seconds after they opened their car doors, Tamir Rice was dead. Little 12-year-old boy playing in the park. That's who our justice system is. That's who our police are. And I don't want to have police like that. I don't want to talk shit like that about police. I want to have police who drove up and made sure that Tamir Rice was okay. He's a 12-year-old kid playing in the park alone. But those cops made it unsafe for him to play in that park. That's the police that we have. I don't want to sit out here and talk about shit like this. It's horrible. It's horrific that that's the police state that we have. That those cops got away with murdering 12-year-old Tamir Rice playing in the fucking park, and not one fucking shred of penalty did those cops have to pay. Not one little teeny price. And you know why? Oh, because the video is grainy. We can't really see what happened. We know what happened. 2 cops, heavily armed, body armor, rolled up on a 12-year-old, playing in the park, and less than 2 seconds after they opened their car doors, Tamir Rice was dead. We know exactly what happened. I don't need any more information than that. And anyone who does, it's a fucked up piece of shit. Which includes every single person who backed up the shooting of Tamir Rice, who made excuses for the shooting of Tamir Rice. Every single one of them. Fucked up piece of shit. And the last thing they should have is the slightest little bit of power, let alone a fucking badge and a gun. This is the police state. You want me to respect the police. If you hear what I'm saying, I want to respect the police. I do. I want to have police that I can respect. Okay? I don't want to have to talk shit about people that are supposed to be there to make us safer, to make our communities a better place. I don't want to talk about those people like shit, unless of course that's not what they're doing. They're making our communities less safe. And if you don't see that, again, you ask the parents of Uvalde, Texas. Okay? They were counting on those cops. And those cops are pieces of shit. Okay? There would have been nothing you could have done if I was standing in that hallway. Nothing short of fucking hitting me upside the head with a fucking nightstick. Shooting me in the fucking leg. Shooting me in the head. Nothing other than that kind of tactic would have kept me from going into that classroom and doing everything in my power to stop what was happening. And those cops stood in the fucking hallway and did nothing. And if they tried to stop me, I would have pulled a gun on the motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of my way. I'm not going to stand here like the rest of you fucking cowards. Okay? This is how much safer the police make our communities. This is how much respect the police deserve from our communities. This isn't what our communities want to think about our cops. This isn't the way our communities want to feel about our cops. Our communities are desperate to feel like our communities would be lost without our police. You know? I don't know that the parents of Uvalde, Texas necessarily feel that way anymore. So, look at it realistically. Look at it understanding. It's not so much a matter of that you're tired of people not respecting the cops, as that you want cops that are deserving of the people's respect. Because yeah, it's a hard job. Yeah, corruption's everywhere. Yeah, people hate you for doing your job. That's not an excuse for you to do evil when you have this power of a badge and a gun. Doesn't matter if the people respect you or not. What matters is how much respect you have for yourself and your community. And what I can tell you is that although cops may have a high level of self-preservation, I don't think they respect themselves very much. In fact, I know that they don't. You know how I know that they don't? Because they take massive amount of pills. They drink massive amounts of alcohol. I grew up with cops. I had cops all around me all the time. They're fucked up people. And it's unfortunate because it's not entirely their fault. It's they come. I think the majority of cops go into this profession being like, I want to do the right thing for my community. I want to help make my community a better, safer place. I really do. And then they get into this place where all these people are dirty. Kind of like Congress. I think that there actually might be some people who go to Congress thinking they're going to make a real difference. They're going to actually voice the opinions of the people. But when you go into this police force, when you join the police force and you see that all the people there are dirty, maybe they're not all like taking bribes or dealing drugs or molesting hookers. I'm sorry, did I say hookers? I meant underage hookers. Maybe they're not all like that. But the people that aren't, the cops that aren't like that, the ones that really try to do a good job, they know the cops that are like that, and they protect those cops. And by protecting those cops, they're not making their communities a safer place. They're not making their communities a better place. They're making their communities a less safe place, because there's a predator right here amongst their ranks, and they know it. They know that person's going to go out and hurt somebody. And you know why they're going to go out and hurt somebody? Because they can. And all the other cops know this. They know every single one of those guys that's like that. And they do nothing. They say nothing. You know? These cops who commit suicide, there's a massive amount of cops committing suicide. And these cops who commit suicide, I'm telling you, you know, send the video to Mox News, you know, about all this evil that's going on in your police department that pushed you to this extreme place. You know, because if you send it to the media, it's not going to do it any good. If you send it, you know, make a video, publish it on the YouTube. Tell them why you have to, why you can't deal with another day amongst all these fucking horrible people, right? They say when you lie down with dogs, you get fleas. Well, I'd much rather lie down with dogs and get fleas than any of these fucking scumbags in Congress. Okay? And like I said, maybe, you know, when you first join the police department, you're thinking, oh man, I'm going to make our community a better place. And then you get in there and you see that part of the problem is that, you know, the cops don't really have any interest in making our community a better, safer place. And how could they not? Because their budgets depend on our community not being a safer place. The less safe our community is, the bigger the police budget. Conflict of interest. The more sick people are, the more money doctors make. Conflict of interest. Okay? So, again, it doesn't pay necessarily for a police officer to make their communities safer. Because if overnight there was all of a sudden no crime in their communities, we wouldn't need all these cops. We wouldn't need all this expensive gear. There's no crime. There's no criminals. We're good, right? So the cops need crime. The doctors need sick people. It's this endless fucking game that's being played on the good people of this planet. And people deserve better. I can't believe that there's such evil in the world as to be willing to, you know, hurt 7 billion people, you know, in order to get a shiny penny. You know, I don't get it, but I never have. And I'm not interested in getting it. I think that's part of it. I don't really want to understand why you would be willing to hurt 7 billion people, you know, in order to, you know, somehow make yourself a little bit more comfortable. You know, I mean, if there's 7 billion people around you hurting, it seems like maybe the most important thing isn't you, you know? Especially if you're put into a position of power where you could actually make a difference in at least some of those 7 billion people's lives. But the only person that you really care about is you. This is the world, and I'm not talking about you. You are the good people. It's the people that are trying to hold us down. and we have to recognize who they are. And it's not the Republicans, and it's not the Democrats. It's both the Republicans and the Democrats working together hand in hand to fuck over every single working class person in this country. Every single one. Democrats, Republicans, politicians working hand in hand to make sure that's what happens. And yet somehow people are deceived into believing that at least they're not those guys. At least they're better than this side. No, they're not. Just because they say these little things that you want to hear doesn't make them better than these guys. Because they're not doing better things. They're just saying things that you want to hear. They're not actually making better. They're not stopping war. They're not making our cities safer. They're not securing our borders. They're not. It's just a fucking lie through and through. Both sides working together. Okay? They're not ending the drug war. They love the drugs coming across her. You want to end the drug war? You want to end the flow of fentanyl, the scourge of heroin, the people dying in the streets from meth? You want to end that? Fucking end the drug war. Legalize all drugs. The overdose rate in this country would drop by 90% overnight. Because you don't have to do these horrible drugs. You don't have to get some garbage off the street that you don't know what's in it. You go down to the party store and you buy your daily fix for $10 or $1. I don't care. Give them a card that says I'm a junkie and let them buy their fix for, half price. I don't care. But you stop sending all this money to people who want to hurt our communities, who have guns, who go out and kill and murder, who the laws don't apply to. And then you drive all these poor people, these innocent people who have substance abuse issues, which a huge percent of the population does. Just because it's not heroin doesn't mean you don't have a substance abuse issue. We vilify them as if they're the problem. They're not the problem. This fucked up, broken system is the problem. Okay? Because it's not, the police state has gotten bigger and harder and more violent. And it's not helping people. We have an epidemic, the likes we've never seen, of heroin, of meth, of fentanyl. An epidemic. Right? So we spend all this trillions of dollars fighting drugs. And what does it get us? It gets an epidemic of fucking horrific drugs. As where, if people could go to the party store and pick out what they really want, as opposed to what this piece of shit dealer on the corner has available today, pick out what they really want, the likeliness that they're going to choose a drug that's going to get them addicted and have them fucking begging, sucking dick for rock, the likeliness that that's going to be the top of their list. They have options. You give people options, they're going to choose something better. Okay? You give people the option not to deal with these scumbags out on the street, and they're not going to want to deal with it. You give people an option to say, I need help, without having to worry about the police state taking away years of their life, spending it in prison around other horrible criminals that pretty much make it so they don't have a future. That's what the drug war has done. It's vilified all these otherwise good people who just really need help. into criminals who, you know, are going to hurt others because that's how the government has built them. That's who. Someone was saying that humans can be hacked. Now, you know, one of the earlier callers. This is an example of that hacking. Is that you know, when you get people headed this direction, you know, with these illicit substances, which again, I don't care what you want to do. You go smoke all the crack you want. I couldn't care less. The problem is the black market. The problem is that in 80% of crime is drug oriented. Right? It's because drugs are illegal and people need to go get their fix. So they do these crimes, and because there's no way out of this fucking horrific drug that's got me addicted and I have no choice, otherwise I just fucking vomit until I die if I don't take it. There's no way out. So they go and they do what they have to do in order to survive another day. As opposed to, you know, going to the party store and getting their fix for $5 or $10 or whatever it is for their daily thing. And every time they get it, it says, do you need help? We're here for you. Call this number. That is what an actual humane society would look like. Someone who actually cares about its population wouldn't be like, oh, you do drugs, you're evil. This is the way it's been. For as long as I can remember, and as far as I can tell, a lot longer before that, mostly since our government has been formed, is that because you use this substance that 1,000 generations before you used cocaine, you know, poppies, opium, you know, whatever else. Okay, this is not new. These things are not new to our planet, to humanity, to our culture. What's new is it being driven underground. What's new is it being hidden in the shadows to the point of you can't get help. Because if you try to get help, you're liable to get involved with the legal system, and the legal system, who knows what they're going to do to you. And, you know, it becomes this like trap that you can't get out of. And there's no way where you see help. As opposed to, this is legal. You're not doing anything wrong. It's okay. You know, are you okay? Do you need help? Can we give you a hand up? This is what our society should be. And instead, we act like those people are disgusting. And really, it's a society that would act towards these people who need help. It's the society that's disgusting. It's the society that continues to do this same failed drug war generation after generation, watching thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of good people lost year after year to this drug war. People who could have been so beneficial to our society, to mankind, our species as a whole moving forward. But they got swept up in this evil trap that's there for the sole purpose of making rich people more rich. But no, it's there to protect us, which it clearly isn't doing. An epidemic of heroin and meth and fentanyl overdoses, the likes of which this country has never seen before. That's what the drug war has gotten us. Okay, and if you think somehow continuing to try to continue to just keep going on with this thing, one day we're going to get those drug dealers. You can get all the drug dealers, all of them, every single one in jail tomorrow. And you know what? There'll be almost just as many the next day. And you know why? Because there's this huge fucking reservoir of money that's just waiting to go into someone's pockets. Whether it be these criminal cartel members, you know, whoever, unscrupulous people, or it be a, you know, a legal up and law-abiding citizen who owns a party store and takes care of business and makes sure that, you know, if people need help, they got the little flyer there in their bag, and they know, you know, that we're there to help, as opposed to, okay, we got your bitch ass addicted now. Now, why don't you go out on the street and suck dick for us, and then you come back to us, and we'll make sure you get your fix tonight. This is what we've gotten from the drug war. Okay, this is what's making our communities less safe. And this is how poisoned the minds of the American people are, is somehow to believe that without the drug war, our country would be way worse off. You know, with the war going on, look how bad it is now. Right. Look how bad it is now. What is it that we've gotten out of the drug war besides this horrible heroin meth epidemic? What have we gotten out of it? Oh, right, rich people got more rich. Yay. Poor people got fucked over day in, day out by evil motherfucking rich people and their goddamn police goon squads. This is the country we live in. And then we'll go out and talk about how we're the freest nation on earth. Just that's really sad for humanity to think that the United States is actually the freest country on earth. Because the United States is a goddamn police state. And if you don't know it, it's only because you don't want to. I'm done talking. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do this every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which means we'll be back tomorrow, same Mox time, same Mox channel. So until then, stay cool, because it's your best option. Tune in tomorrow.
Health officials say they've discovered the first suspected case of human-to-pet monkeypox transmission. Scientists say a couple in France contracted monkeypox, and 12 days later, their dog developed lesions and tested positive for the virus. Monkeypox is transmitted through close contact. The couple reported sleeping alongside their dog. The CDC now recommending people with monkeypox avoid close contact with animals.
I, too, banged a dog up the ass.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company. Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.
I mean, this coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. I wish the coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits.
You got a pretty shape to your Regine.
Not as pretty as Miss Augusta.
That a fact?
Mm-hmm. Miss Augusta got a real pretty shape.
That's so?
She got the prettiest shape I'd ever seen, black or white. She got a tiny waist and an ass that go like this. And skinny legs. She got skinny legs.
That's so?
And titties. You likes big titties, don't you?
Oh, you know I loves big titties.
She got big titties. And titties. You likes big titties, don't you?
Oh, you know I loves big titties.
She got big titties. You likes big titties, don't you?
Oh, you know I loves big titties.
She got big titties.